Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 5th day of National Children's Week. We are so excited to have you all joining us today, and so excited for all of these amazing panels that we have going on. Our theme today is mental health and children's healthcare, and we have an awesome crew coming to you live here. I'm in Petaluma, California, and we have our team helping us, supporting us around the country and around the world. You get to hear from many of them today. Before we get started, we just want to, again, plug our podcast really quickly. So please check out Our Future Now, the official podcast of the National Children's Campaign. You can get that wherever you get your podcasts. And also a huge thank you to our partners who have helped us put this week on. We are so grateful to have them supporting us, especially our media partners, Goal 17 and Parentology there at the bottom. Yeah, so we're going to get started. Again, really excited to have everyone joining us today. My name is Jonah Gottlieb. I am the co-founder and executive director of the National Children's Campaign, and let's get started. So up first, we have a great panel on youth mental health, courtesy of Isabel Brittin, one of our young activists who is taking charge and leading us in this fight to make sure that every single young person in this country and around the world is healthy and secure and happy, both physically and mentally. And so she is going to be kicking off this panel. So without further ado, I give you Isabel Brittin and our Children's Mental Health Care Panel, The Future of Mental Health.
My name is Isabel. I live in Northern Virginia, and I'm an organizer with the National Children's Campaign. And then this is all going to be live streamed later this week. So today we are joined by 3 amazing mental health activists, Seika Brown, Amanda Southworth, and Colleen Sherry. And today we're going to discuss the topic of mental health awareness and the many ways that it affects our lives in America. I'll have each of you guys go more into detail about your individual activism experience in your organizations in a minute. So for those not familiar with our organization, the National Children's Campaign is a nonprofit fighting to ensure that America's 74 million children are made a national priority. The NCC ensures adults, whether they are voters or elected officials, are fighting for the children. Through strikes, marches, forums, summits, lobby days, social media campaigns, trainings, and more, our team works tirelessly on behalf of the country's youth to ensure that youth voices are heard by those in power. So this week, due to coronavirus and everything, we launched digitally National Children's Week, which is a youth-led virtual week of action from starting today to June 20th, aimed at educating and empowering American people to fight for children and youth. And all these events are going to be streamed on the National Children's Campaign's Facebook and YouTube. Okay, so now on to you guys. Do you guys just want to go around your name, where you're from, and a little bit about your experience and your organizations?
Sure. I'll just hop in. My name's Seika Brown. I just graduated high school and I'm incoming freshman at Cornell University. And I've been a mental health activist for the past 3 years. My sophomore year of high school, I founded my own organization called Archnova, which focused around mainly mental health policy change and awareness. So my team and I lobbied for multiple bills, and we were able to get actually one passed in Washington State last year. So that's kind of what we focused on.
Okay, I'm Amanda Southworth. I'm 18 and I am a California native. And basically I run a youth-run 501c3 nonprofit called Astra. And basically what we do is we build mobile apps and websites to help marginalized communities deal and overcome systemic barriers. So I built my first app when I was 13 in 2015, and it was called AnxietyHelper. And basically the premise was to provide information, resources, and tools to people for free with no strings attached. And I founded Astra in 2018, and I've been working full-time from there.
My name's Colleen Sherry. I live in Great Falls, Virginia, so also Northern Virginia. I'm a rising senior at Langley High School. I'm 17, and I've been involved with the National Alliance on Mental Illness and the International OCD Foundation, the IOCDF a little bit longer. and I help chair the National Alliance on Mental Illness, the Youth Leadership Council for the Northern Virginia area. I'm one of the chairs. We work with advocacy, and we work with young adults to help them find areas to advocate in mental health. And we also host events and fundraisers for the overarching National Alliance on Mental Illness.
That's crazy. I live in Great Falls too, actually.
Wait, really?
Yeah, Langley. I go to the Potomac School.
Oh, I have a couple friends there. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All my friends go to Langley. That's crazy. Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining me today. I just want to thank you guys for being here. I'm so excited to talk with you guys. Especially thank you for your contributions that you've made in your communities and fighting for America's youth, especially in regards to mental health, because that's so important. So just to set some backgrounds and definitions for all of our viewers, the first question is kind of, what does mental health mean to you, and why is it important to advocate for the youth, especially in adolescence, when thinking about mental health?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like when it comes down to how you define mental health, the way I see it is like it comes from the stigma that mental health is not just depression and suicide, mental health, just like physical health. And it's good to realize the importance between physical health and mental health, and that mental health is not limited to like the disorders, but it's also like, your mindset and your actual mental well-being. And so I think that's what mental health really means to me. And so when it comes down to adolescence, I think it's just really important to like highlight that fact, so people aren't scared about talking about mental health and kind of like incorporate it in their lives and see it as like a healthy, healthy thing to be keeping up with, just like you would keep up with your physical health. It's important to keep up with your mental health. So that's how I see it.
Yeah, I will also hop on that and say, I think one of the key reasons about mental health and why it's so important is like, it's just that it's a part of your overall health. And I think one of the issues that we've kind of faced as a society is how to deal with disorders and how to deal with taking care of something that you don't actively physically get to see, right? Like you can't like open your brain every night and be like, oh, that's a little weird, maybe I should go to the doctor. And so I think one of the things that we as a society, and I guess in general, really need to work on is just the fact that like mental health is health. Everyone has physical health, everyone has mental health. Not everyone has mental illness, but everyone has mental health. And I think it especially pertains to the youth of today, especially because we're kind of being brought up in a political time with a lot of traumatizing things going on, LGBTQ+, or if you're a person of color, like being on social media and seeing all of the political actions and all of the cases and all of the laws being passed, really tough to deal with. And also seeing all the economic crises and kind of everything bundling together. It's honestly kind of amazing that Gen Z is like not crying every day. Like everything is just very overwhelming, and we're living in a very overconnected time that none of our parents have lived through. None of our parents really had to watch people get killed on social media. And so I think mental health is more important than ever because number one, it's a huge overall part of your health. And number two, Gen Z is a really vulnerable population as far as it goes. And by ignoring mental health, we ignore people's health, and ignoring mental health leads to death, leads to suicide, leads to mental illness, all of these other issues that can just be prevented when we talk about and understand how mental health works and how we can support people who have poor or negative mental health.
Yeah, so one of the reasons I actually got involved in mental health advocacy was because Langley High School in Fairfax County in general, is a really highly competitive district. There's a lot of emphasis placed on like academic success and things like that, and there's not a lot of priority placed on mental health. And so I see a lot of people suffering from that daily. They deal with the stress and they deal with mental health conditions that just aren't a priority, and they have to place their academic success first. And so I think it's really important to emphasize that it should be a balance between well-being and your mental health well-being. I just see a lot of people feeling the pressure to prioritize one over the other and not recognizing or not having the balance between the two. And so seeing that really made an impact on me, and it's one of the reasons I got involved in the advocacy. Especially for adolescents, college is a really stressful process and the admissions are stressful. And so to balance your mental health and dealing with that is just really important. It's an issue that affects, I think 1 in 5 people in America, and, Gen Z is the future, and we need to be prioritizing it so that our future, our prodigy, struggling with that as much as we have in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. If I could just pop in real quick and just like highlight what both of they said is like, also like just basic psychology and having that biological like explanation of what mental health is really important. Also looking at it like you unconsciously process the things that you witness online and the things that you experience, and like added pressure from school and the added pressure from social media, like those things like they both touched on is so like honestly like they're so hard to deal with, but people don't realize that because you unconsciously like process that impact, and so your mental health at a state already is so low, but people don't understand that. So that's why it's really good to talk about it so people can understand what they're experiencing and what they're looking at, and so they kind of get that I guess experience and feel for it.
Yeah, definitely. I totally understand that. So some of you guys kind of already answered this question, but most of you, if not all of you, have been involved in activism for quite a long time. So what kind of propelled you to initially get involved specifically in mental health activism? Because I know like there's so many issues going on. So like what kind of made you choose mental health, and like what kind of propelled you into activism, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, of course. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, you're good. Go ahead.
Of course, like that, there's that personal aspect of just being exposed to like your own growing up and your own experiences on like a home level. So that's definitely been one of the driving factors, is that personal factor. But I think also I come from Washington State, which has the second highest suicide rate in most of the American cities, and so kind of being surrounded by this overwhelming like need for mental like health support is something that we grew up with, and I think just because of the exposure that I had, especially here in Seattle, it's so bad here, and you're able to see that, and like every single year you have another case of someone attempting suicide or someone like going through this really struggle. And I think because I saw the lack of resources, I kind of wanted to get involved. But I also see mental health as like a foundation. In my personal opinion, I feel like if we don't have a way to support people's mental well-beings, we don't have a way to solve the other issues that we have. Like we need to be able to support people's mental well-beings and teach them and help them to be mindful. And then so we can continue to focus on other things. Like you need to have a strong foundation. In my personal opinion, I saw that mental health is that strong foundation to help the individual so we can help like the overall public. So that's how I saw it.
Yeah. To kind of piggyback off of that again. Yeah, my own personal experiences with mental illness were really bad, especially because around the time that I was struggling with my own mental health and around the time that I was developing AnxietyHelper, the conversation around mental health wasn't where it is today. Like we weren't openly having conversations about suicide. We weren't talking about mental health. And I pretty much had a really interesting childhood. And I lived in a bunch of places. I kind of lived in an abusive home. There's a lot going on there. So we don't have time to unpack all of that. But the one thing that I really remember is basically going to my school counselor because I told him that I was going to kill myself. And the first thing he did was just call my parents, and he was like, there you go back. And my interactions with the mental health system as someone who's like actively been in and out of therapy have been pretty much like that, right? So like even after I left school and I went to go get mental health treatment under my health insurance, Kaiser Permanente, I was getting a therapy appointment every 2 to 3 months, and I was considered a very high-risk case with one of the most severe forms of PTSD. And I was getting switched from therapist to therapist every 6 months. So on average, I'd see a therapist twice, and then I would get switched to another therapist, and I'd have to go through all of my trauma and do that again and again. And then when I left the health insurance kind of bubble and I got therapists that were out of network, it cost me like $1,000 a month to just go and get therapy for my brain to work. And this is coming from someone who understood mental health. Like I've been working in the mental health space since 2015, and I've been like kind of a part of the clinical side and a part of both the tech side. And so I understand how mental illnesses work, and I understand mental health, and I know kind of the best ways to manage it, but a lot of people don't. So if someone who can like build an app on mental health, still can't get through the mental health system, then what is that doing to other people? I mean, I'm very privileged. I live in a really wealthy area. I had enough money to pay for therapy. I had health insurance. I had a lot of things that a lot of other people don't. And sadly, mental health and mental illness really disproportionately affects those who are already marginalized by society. So like people of color, the LGBTQ plus community, physically disabled people. Like all of these people are in a lot worse situations than I was. And they also have kind of like little to no guidance on getting through the system. And a statistic that really stuck out to me is my organization did something for COVID-19 mental health response. And so we were looking at the statistics of people who have mental illness in the United States and the amount of people who get treated. And the people who have mental illness in the United States is greater than the population of California, which is the most populated state in the United States. And the amount of people who have mental illness but don't treat it is greater than the population of Florida, the third largest state by population. And so we kind of have this issue where we have this system and it's broken and really no one knows what they're doing. And we have all of these people who are already marginalized, who are already very much, you know, going through it. And we just have this system where mental health treatment is completely broken. And then COVID-19 happened and it became more broken. And I think it's just really frustrating to see that. And that's pretty much the main reason behind my activism and why I got involved, because it's like, if I can't figure it out and I like have this level of knowledge and I have this level of privilege, literally, who else is able to figure it out? Kitty, oh.
Oh, okay. So, sorry, I'm sure, and the cat threw me off. I love cats. So part of the reason I got involved was when I was dealing with OCD when I was younger. I wasn't really sure, like, it was new to me because I'd always heard of people referencing it as like being clean, like being neat, all that. And so what I was experiencing didn't line up with what my perception of OCD was. So I was confused as to why they diagnosed me. And so going on from that, I realized that the stigma surrounding so many mental health conditions, not just OCD, like bipolar, PTSD, the stigma surrounding them can be so damaging to individual people's experiences, and it can really have an impact on how they treat and how they treat themselves and how they get treatment. And so fighting the stigma was really shaped a big part of why I wanted to get involved and why I did, in addition to the competition I've seen in high school. During middle school, when I was trying to get more involved with the IOCDF, I really wanted to focus on in the media how it's portrayed in shows that portray OCD, shows that portray like other conditions. I really wanted to focus on how they portray them because it shaped a lot of stigmas and perceptions. And I had people tell me, like, what do you mean you have OCD? Like, you're so messy, like you don't really do anything, like it doesn't line up with my perception of what OCD is. And so that was really damaging because it made me consider, like, do I even have it? Maybe I'm faking. And so when I got involved with the National Alliance on Mental Illness, I met other teens who said the same thing about their conditions, like it didn't match up with other people's perceptions of it. And in school, I struggled with a few of my teachers that didn't believe me. They didn't basically offer the support that I thought they would. And it was really hard because I had gone my whole life trying to match up people's perceptions, and I almost tried to like make my OCD something that people would identify with, almost like something. I tried to be neater just so people would believe me. And going back, that was a really bad idea, but I was so confused because of the stigma surrounding it. So that's a big part of the reason I got involved, was just trying to break down those stigmas. And that's what we do with the Youth Leadership Council. We try and address certain stigmas surrounding certain conditions. And again, large part of people just consider mental health like depression and anxiety, and those are really significant parts of it because they're common disorders. But part of the reason was I wanted to create awareness regarding other mental health issues too, and that we shouldn't all clump them together because it can be really damaging to people to just assume that mental health covers depression and anxiety. And so really trying to break down and spread awareness about individual disorders, kind of why I got involved.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for sharing that. That was really impactful. So yeah, kind of building off of the stigma that you were talking about, Colleen, I know that especially in schools, especially in high schools, mental health has a certain stigma surrounding it, like you were saying, and a lot of people feel scared to speak up about it or talk about mental illness. So what are some of the steps that we can take to decrease the stigma, maybe in our own communities or schools, especially for young people?
I mean, I think there's two ways to approach the situation. One is a very like technical, like policy kind of way, is that you can really like start incorporating mental health into more educational like teachings. Like, for example, this past year in my English class, we have a mental health unit. when we take time to read literature about mental health, and like that was like a requirement for all seniors. And so I think that's a really great way to incorporate mental health and like understanding what that means in school, which is a really great way putting it into an education side. But it's also like that takes a lot of time to get past, and I feel like people need like really like actual solutions like right now. And like in that circumstance, I feel like to decrease stigma and kind of approach that conversation is kind of like be the person, like all of us, for example, like be that person to be able to be talking about mental health and kind of putting that conversation in your school, whether you be a teacher or a student or a parent, kind of taking that first step initiative as a personal responsibility, just to talk about mental health and kind of like explain what that is and what that means to you. I feel like the moment you have someone in your community that actually steps up to talk about mental health, you start seeing that mental health like comes up, because mental health is just like physical health. Everyone struggles with it here and there. And so once the conversation gets brought into being part of that conversation. And so whether that be sharing resources or even like first day of school, you have a teacher talking about like, hey, just communicate with me. That simple little like sentence goes a long way. And so kids are going to be able to feel more comfortable. And again, I feel like it's just easy to do the small things to incorporate them in your community. And then at the same time, you can work to get those into like the educational system. Because I feel like if we start teaching mental health at a young age, like if it's something that you learn in kindergarten and all the way through high school, then that's something that's consistent until you understand. Because they do the same thing when it comes down to physical health. So if we did that same thing for mental health, then like you will see that obvious difference. And I feel like if we could put that into the like educational system and kind of like give more training to counselors, you're able to see this decrease of stigma. But it's also like that social aspect of who's going to be that person to talk about it first and being able to open that conversation.
Yeah, I will say that one of the other components that Colleen mentioned that really kind of stood out to me was the concept of having this self-stigma, right? Like saying like, okay, I know I have this disorder, but it doesn't like fit with others' perception, so therefore I don't have this disorder. And so I think one of the biggest things you can do if you have mental illness, or if you know someone who has mental illness or poor mental health, is to unlearn those behaviors. Because the number one issue that I had in basically going through this mental health system was not the fact that like the mental health system sucked as a whole, but the fact that the individual people who worked in the mental health system just sucked, right? Like there was many occasions where someone was like, you're 16, you can't have PTSD. And then I was like, I guess I can't have PTSD. I guess my doctors were wrong, you know, like all this kind of second guessing. And I think one of the greatest things that you can do as an ally is actively look at your thoughts and look at how you think about different illnesses and different mental health things, and actually try and educate yourself on them. Because those little words that are like ignorant, but they're well-intentioned, those really stick around and those really do harm. So just like basically learn what you're doing that could be wrong or negatively misconstrued, especially when it comes to more severe mental illnesses like schizoaffective, schizophrenia, you know, all of the ones that aren't popularly portrayed. And then kind of as a secondary step, I'm a really big fan. I don't know what that noise was. I'm a really big fan of using your platform and using the assets that you have to make a change in the community, right? So like if you're an artist, then you could potentially do like an art piece just focused on mental health. Or like if you're a singer, like write a song about mental health. And basically like taking the creative part of you and taking like the assets that you already have and the platform that you already have and saying, okay, what can I do here with this that would contribute to the conversation? And I think talking about it is great, and getting these things happening is great. And I think kind of as a larger piece, we need to be thinking about, okay, well, not only how can we make mental health not only like a conversation point, but how can we actually like drive the change, and how can we actually make it reflect into some tangible growth? And so I think in addition to education and in addition to basic policy, like I think we also need to just educate and unlearn ourselves, and then also contribute to the conversation in a meaningful way with what we have.
I was like, that's pretty, like both those points are pretty much, I mean, I think we're pretty much in agreement with that. I think in general, the dialogue is really important, like you both said. I think something I would prefer people do instead of trying to almost beat around the bush, I've had people just like like I had this one person who said like, oh, like I always wondered what that was. Like I just never asked you, and I just like I just assumed it was something else. I'd actually rather, especially with educational professionals and like other and medical professionals, I'd prefer like answering questions and having the dialogue and the conversation than just like trying to avoid it because you don't want to come off as like offensive. I'd rather someone ask a question so I can answer them and kind of explain why than just have them like not want to offend me by accident, because there's a very low chance that I'll actually ask something that offends me. I think in general, like just with families, I've worked with parents of students with mental health disorders, and they ask like, what can I do when my kid does XYZ? Like what can, like, I don't know what to do because I don't know how to have that conversation. I think just for individual like types of people, like educational professionals, family members of people with mental health conditions, I think like trying to create steps on how to have conversations about mental health based on what the person's relation to an individual with a mental health condition is really important, because educational professionals, they need to be able to have those conversations because students can be at risk for mental health. It's a very high stress situation, college and high school. So I think trying to cultivate an environment where mental health is like something that's super easy to talk, well, not super easy, but something that's open to talk about and something that the dialogue is welcome, instead of this big stigma around mental health where we shouldn't talk about it, you might offend someone. So I'd rather have people ask like hard questions than try and like just assume it and not say anything about it.
Yeah, that's very true. So now like looking more at like 2020 has been insane, literally. But similar to so many issues in America, mental health is intersectional, especially with the Black Lives Matter protests and the recent murder of George Floyd. What are things that we can do to support people of color's voices and make sure that they're heard in mental health advocacy, and especially during these really difficult times, how can we support minority communities, especially the Black community, in the midst of everything going on?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like as an Asian American, I'm half Japanese, and so understanding the history of my mom's side and understanding like why mental health was such a hard thing to talk about for the Asian American community is really important. So I feel like it's really good to educate. If you're not a person of color, I think we all have that responsibility to educate ourselves on why they are going through what they're going through and the history of them. And kind of like they have to learn our history in class, and they don't exactly get that privilege of learning their history in high school and middle schools and stuff. So I think it's really important to educate ourselves. But like at the same time, I think like Amanda, you kind of touched on it earlier, but like we kind of all in a sense like have this privilege and the ability to have this platform. And I think especially if you're an activist, especially if you're someone wanting to be an activist, like if you already have this kind of like dedication to mental health, then kind of sacrifice, it's not even a sacrifice, like allow another person, like give that person the microphone and say like, hey, like this is mental health and we want to hear your voice, like take it away. We just want to be able to uplift your voice and like share what you have to share. Like you have this microphone, and I feel like it's really scary for some people like organizing to just kind of give it away to another person. But that's exactly what I feel like is like needed right now, is that kind of like, opening the door, kind of making that connection and say like, we want to hear from you and a person that is actually having that firsthand experience. And so I feel like it's just really important to kind of like reach out to a person and just be like, hey, like you deserve to talk about this and you deserve to have your moment and to like kind of like dive into what your history and what matters to you and your experience, because though we are able to talk about that, not every person can. And so I feel like, again, it's just important to educate ourselves and kind of like allow another person to have the stage that you created and kind of uplift that person in a sense. Because like that's what I feel like a lot of organizations have been doing recently, and I feel like that goes really effectively to kind of like uplift other people's voices in a time of need.
Yeah, definitely to second that, I was going to say, I don't really think that I can answer that question. I think that's more a question for someone from the Black community or someone who's struggling with those aspects of their mental health. Yeah, I mean, it's basically like you really have to give them the mic and say, hey, my voice isn't necessary right now, but I'm going to use my platform to uplift you and your voice. As far as from the ally side, there's a couple of things that you really have to consider aside from education is cultural connotation. One of the really interesting things is like there's this book called the DSM-5, and it has like a very big list of like all of the like accredited, I guess, mental illnesses. And one of the things that they take care to kind of notate is, this is something that really stuck out to me, is like under the schizophrenia section, they put in a little notation that like people with different religious experiences or from different cultures like think that this is a sign of like going to God. And I mean, like, especially with the history of mental health, some people, like some cultures or like some kind of societies had really different opinions about mental health. Like some people thought it was a sign of like being chosen by God if you saw visions, and other people thought that it was a sign of possession. And you kind of have to like track down how that goes, and you have to understand the historical connotations and how that really has affected the culture. I know for specific specific people of color, a lot of families are very not cool with talking about mental health. A lot of families have a very different way of treating their children and of basically parenting them that leads to higher rates of mental illness. And a lot of them have a culture where just mental health is not really talked about. And so when you approach these things in an activism and kind of in a clinical way, you have to meet them where they are. You can't just come and be like, hey, here's this thing, please come get it. You have to build whatever you're building specifically to meet them and specifically to meet those cultural demands. And I think unless we do that, we're really never going to reach that kind of like the area that we all want to be, where mental health accessibility and treatment and education is equitable for everyone. And I mean, there's an image, and I'm sure you guys have heard of it or like have seen it. Can't really hear of an image where it's like people and they're at a baseball game, right? And there's like a fence, and like it talks about equality, equity, and justice. And it's like it's basically like equality is, you know, putting, you know, I forgot. But basically the whole point of the image is actually that it's not enough to have equality, you need to have equity. And I think we also need to be building equity into our mental health systems and into our mental health just education. So that way, when we do approach people of color and when we give them mic and when we create opportunities for them to show up, and when other people of color learn and, you know, kind of follow their lead, we have systems and we have treatments in place that are actually fit for them. You know, we're not trying to fit them into our box, but we're making them their own box, and we're saying, hey, this is for you. This is kind of like compensating or being like sensitive to everything that you learned. And instead of trying to fit like everyone into like one very small treatment model, we create like a very sensitive and very like overall really diverse like a way of dealing with mental health that would work better for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's like a limited response I can give to this because I'm white, but I think I think one of the most important things is talking to people so that you can recognize issues. One of the biggest things is people of color are often disproportionately treated when it comes to healthcare, mental health care. I've read stories, news reports of Black people who go into healthcare, who go to receive healthcare, and people think they're exaggerating, they're faking. So that's something you have to recognize and try and incorporate into any solutions you're working with mental health. You have to remember, I'm sorry, I have to read the name again. I'm sorry, can you guys say your names again for a second?
Yeah, Seika.
Yeah.
Amanda,
that's okay, sorry.
like the troubled childhood star.
Like Amanda's talking about the equity and equality, you can't just try and tailor, you can't just try and make the solutions blanket for mental health. You have to recognize that not everyone gets the same treatment in mental health care. So like tailoring your solutions to make sure that they're inclusive of Black people, of people of color, of LGBTQ. You have to make sure that you're tailoring your solutions to that. I think it's really important to have the dialogue, like everyone else has mentioned, handing the microphone over. I was at a Black Lives Matter protest a few days ago, and the person who's hosting the rally was white, and she literally got up and she said, I'm here to just host the rally, and now I want any Black or people of color to come up and talk about it. And she quite literally handed the microphone over. And I think just things like that are really important. And again, recognizing that you can't just create these blanket solutions to mental health. You have to be willing to have the conversations about race, culture. We've talked a lot about, I think, Amanda, again, you're right, the parents, even students who I'm classmates with, they say their parents don't even take mental health seriously.
Yeah.
So recognizing that, and I mean, my parents were always really supportive. So I think I have limited scope with that because I have to reach out to people people and say, I've never like had problems with this, but obviously it's an issue that needs to be talked about. So I need to find people who are willing to talk about that, because I can't make the solution if I've never really experienced it.
Right.
Yeah, I know. I feel like right now, like people are having conversations that like we've never had as a country, like really overdue, but finally happening.
Yeah.
Sorry, I know I told you guys this would be 40 minutes, so this can be our last question. But
No
I'm gonna
worries.
go grab my computer charger because my computer's about to die.
yeah,
so
actually
I will be
mine's at
back.
7%, so I'm gonna
Okay.
move
Okay, one sec.
because my computer's about to die. So 1 second.
I know my camera's like weird. I'm doing this on, I don't have a laptop, so I'm doing this on my phone. I know my camera's like turned or something. I'm sorry.
no.
Yeah, no worries. Oh, that's so cool with all the photos in the back. See, I tried, but then it did not go well, so I just stopped.
Okay, sorry.
Don't intrude my phone.
Honestly, though, it was awkward and it just affected me too.
Guys, they're really passionate about an issue such as mental health. Can be our last question, because I know this is supposed to be 40 minutes, but I know for a lot of people, especially young people, they're really passionate about an issue such as mental health, but don't really know where to start. So what advice would you give to someone around your age or younger who is watching everything going on or is interested in mental health advocacy but doesn't really know where to start?
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like that's the most like go-to question when it comes down to activism. It's like, how can I be part of it? And again, I think you can start in any way. I think the best thing I have to say is just put your foot in the door. And the moment that you take that first step is the moment things are going to start rolling. Like for me personally, when I started when I was like 14, 15, it was like really difficult to like have a platform and stuff like that. So what I did was personally just email a bunch of people, which sounds like really small, but like even if you do those small, like stupid, it feels stupid, like little things, like you're gonna get a response. Like I emailed like maybe 100 people and I only got 2 responses. And but those 2 responses became what my organization later was able to do, like pass bills and partner with organizations. So I would say that like just like research, like I mean, if it depends on what you're interested in, but really just like put your foot in the door, like at the minimum, like maybe email a person, be a social activist. Like if you don't have a way to spend so much time on activism, hopefully you still have a platform that you can like highlight on, even if you only have like 100 followers, like that still doesn't impact. Like again, talk to the adults in your area, even if you feel like you don't know how to trust them or how to talk to them. It's better to not know how to talk to them and then learn in the process than to learn first and then wait later. Like it's important to act now, no matter how pro you are at acting. And I think that's the big thing, is because you're not supposed to know how to be an activist. That's something that you learn during your journey. And the moment that you put your foot in the door, the moment you allow yourself to be exposed to this kind of thing, is the moment you realize that there are opportunities for you to research in. Again, like a lot of us have that privilege of like having Google, and so like again, research organizations in your area. Like honestly, like be part and volunteer and stuff if you have that opportunity. And if you don't have that opportunity, like if people don't have that opportunity, you should be that person to like raise awareness and get those people that kind of resource. So a lot, like especially with Gen Z, we have technology at our hands, most of us do, and so use that for your advantage, and then reach out to people. Even if you don't like the government, like reach out to some legislators, reach out to some people, because I know like it's a tricky spot to be in, but like it's better to reach out to professionals and get a response from their assistant than to not reach out to them at all. And so again, like it's that idea of putting your foot in the door and acting in the smallest way you can and just keeping up with that as far as you can go. And then as soon as you keep doing that, you'll see that consistency and you'll see those opportunities arise. And it's just kind of like that discipline of being with something. And at the minimum, if you can't do any of that, like you still have the ability to go like to educate yourself around something. And I know I've been saying educate a lot, but like understanding the history, like we mentioned, and kind of like looking back and kind of like, you know, kind of taking the time to understand and see other people's viewpoints. I think that's just a really important way. So kind of just putting your foot in the door and continuing with it.
I will also add, like, social media, like you said, I'm sorry, I really love the Google is a privilege quote. Yeah, one of the amazing things about social media is you really have access to like everything ever. There's no excuse for like not being able to find information on topics like this, you know?
Yeah.
So I think one of the things that's been really helpful to me is following a bunch of different mental health related accounts. And yeah, education isn't like something where you like take it all on in one day and you're like, okay, I'm just gonna read the whole DSM and then we're gonna watch some Harvard lectures. You know, it's more like a slowly gradual unlearning that happens like post by post, like conversation by conversation and panel by panel. And so if you really want to hop into this, start educating yourself, because like, yeah, start educating yourself, because you don't want to be advocating for something that's not a solution. And you want to make sure that you are going about things in the right way. And then once you have that level of comprehensive education, just do what you need to do. Okay, I'm sorry. I know that's not very constructive, but activism is really different in a lot of different ways and looks different to a lot of different people. So for me, activism is through mobile app development. For other people I know, activism happens through makeup, it happens through art, it happens through music. It's really just a method of finding your own voice and finding the way that you want to communicate that message and taking it as honestly as far as you can. Like for me, when I first created AnxietyHelper, I was like, this isn't going to be a thing. Like, this is going to be like, you know, I'm just going to release this. It's going to be fine. I'm just going to be depressed after I release this. I don't really know what my thought process was, but after I just took that first step, another step happened, and then another step happened, and another step happened. And you don't really have to have a full formulated plan, but like Seika said, you do have to have that first step and just let it kind of roll from there. Yeah, so I think it's mostly just a matter of educating yourself and then finding your voice and spreading that education and spreading that awareness and spreading just those general things to other people. And I mean, also, I think it's really important to note, there is a very big shortage of people in the mental health profession. And there's a very big shortage of therapists and mental health professionals and psychiatrists, and the majority of them are old and white, and they're gonna retire soon. And so if this is something that you're really passionate about, consider making it a career choice. Consider making it like a very big part of your life, or consider volunteering at an organization that does stuff like this. Like I said, there's really no one way to become an activist, and there's really no path that's one size fits all. But as long as you educate and as long as you take that first step, really, who knows where it'll lead you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, I mean, finding your own voice is super important. I think one of the first steps I would recommend is, there's probably, if you're an individual with a mental health condition and you want to get involved, there's probably an organization like the International OCD Foundation, Anxiety and Depression Association of America, I think. There's probably an organization that you can email or reach out to, and they usually have steps on the website for getting involved. They might host local events, they might have fundraisers you can do, but I would definitely recommend reaching out to them. Emailing again, like people said, it's all about communicating, and I think you have to not get used to like rejection, but you have to be okay with people like not emailing you back, people not wanting to. You have to be okay with facing a little bit of adversity, because obviously mental health is something that not everyone is comfortable talking about, and that's the way it is today in America. Just not everyone's comfortable talking about it, so you do have to get used to pushing a little bit, facing a little bit of adversity. But I would definitely recommend trying to find like an organization, and if you're just someone who's an ally and you want to get involved, again, reaching out to those organizations is still a great method. They usually have ways you can get involved. I think, especially if you're not someone who has a mental health condition, just asking people you know, because I mean, I don't want to generalize, but I guarantee someone usually knows someone with a mental health condition, just because it's so prevalent in America. I think it's safe to assume that if you want to be an ally, you know someone with a mental health condition. So just asking them, you know, what were some things you wish you had when you were younger? What are some tools I can do? And again, if you're good at something, I think using that to your advantage. If you're good at poetry, if you're good at art, you know, like finding your medium, like Amanda said, just trying to find what you're good at, because honestly, anything helps. And there's not really a wrong way to go about this. If it's something you're passionate about, you can probably use it to help people with mental health conditions, create awareness, things like that. I mean, people get creative every day. You hear stories on the news of people doing things in creative way to spread awareness. So it's really just about finding your own voice and just, you know, like working your way up the ladder, almost like just making one step after another step, trying to make things happen. You know, and just, I think networking is also really important, just getting connected with people on social media through events. Like I went to a local conference one time just to try and network, like meet people in the health profession and just in general, people who want to get involved. And I think just talking, dialogue, conversation is just one of the most critical things. You know, just basically yeah. I mean, just trying to get involved is also the most important step. If you want to get involved, you're already like halfway there, basically.
Yeah, and I do want to like just pitch in and say that like it's really easy to fall into like, oh, I want to work in a national level, oh, I want to work at a global level, and of course like that's kind of like that passion, like you want to reach a large audience, and like that's really good, but at the same time, like don't ignore your community. The way I would say is the way I started my activism is I started with my high school, and then I continued to branch out into, from my state into like the nation. So I would say, you know, use your community as an advantage and help your community first, and then kind of see where that takes you. Like one of the first things I did was a Google survey to like the high school students in my like school, and it's like even something as silly as that, like it seems like you're not getting anywhere with it, but that was the data that I presented to my state legislator that helped me get a bill passed. And so you do these things in the very beginning that seem like really childish, or you're like, this is not going to take me anywhere. But doing that first step is really just like, I know we've said it like so many times, but like we're just going to continuously, it's just like you need to be able to like assess what's around you and use what you have to like, you know, reach an audience close to you and see what you can do from there. Because at the minimum, like you can always help your community and then see where that takes you.
Thank you guys so much. This has been such an amazing conversation, and I'm so glad that I got to talk with you guys. And this will be
What an amazing panel. We are so grateful for all of those panelists for joining us. Thank you again to Isabel, Brittin, our NCC organizer, for moderating that. I'm just going to put all their contact or all their titles and names on the screen one more time, just so you can see everyone and give them credit. And please check them out. So like I said, Isabel moderated the panel. Amanda, you know, one of our panelists, I actually just downloaded her app. I suggest you do the same. It looks really cool. I'm going to check it out, and you all should do it as well. Seika Brown, another youth organizer who's on the panel, and Colleen Cherry. So please check all of them out. We are so grateful for for them being on the panel. And yeah, so next up, we have a little bit of a change in the schedule. We had technical difficulty, and so we're moving one of our videos to later in the day. And so next up, we have a panel that was actually aired live yesterday from our partners 6 Seconds, which is an organization that focuses on emotional health, emotional intelligence, emotional well-being. And so they have a new panel that I'm going to share with you now that is called Mental Health for a Just and Thriving Future. I'll give you a second. Give me a second, and then I will put it on the screen. So check it out.
When we first started planning this panel, the world was in a slightly different place. My sense is that the anti-racist uprising that's happening around the world is putting some things about our mental well-being into new perspective. And it's not that this uprising is the crisis. It's that this is an uprising that's in recognition of a crisis. And for some of us, this is something we've been grappling with and saying and struggling with for years. And for some of us, maybe it's relatively new that we're recognizing this. And as we think about what's happening in the world right now, between these multiple pandemics that we're realizing are present, it maybe feels really complicated. And I know a lot of people way back in the old days before the pandemic, we were talking about this rising epidemic of loneliness and disconnection. And now people are even more lonely and more disconnected and more volatile and really struggling with what does it mean to have a just world, and why don't we? So I want to start this conversation by giving each of you a challenge to introduce yourself, please, And just tell us in one word, what is the state of mental health in the world today? Small challenge. So, Eva, could we start with you?
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Eva Borden. I represent Cigna Healthcare. So for those of you who are not in the United States, think of it as one of the large health insurers. I'm responsible for our behavioral health, defined as mental health, substance use, our behavioral health strategy and solution set. And so if I had to pick one word to describe the state of mental health right now, I'd call it escalating.
Thanks, Eva. Christabel.
Hi everyone, my name is Christabel Reed. I'm the co-founder of Advaya, a systems change initiative that links inner transformation and outer change and social change, and also EcoResolution, which is an environmental justice platform. I think my one word would be liminal.
I was just talking about that word with someone yesterday. Erika. Erika Rose?
Yes. Hi, I'm Erika Rose. I am the co-creator of a regenerative arts farm and homestead apothecary project called Rooted in Wild, and our mission is to regenerate soil, soul, and spirit. Our pillars are art, nature, and devotion. I also run programming at the largest retreat center in the United States called Kripalu. And I work at the intersection of wellness and creativity and ancient wisdom and strategy and impact. Thank you. The one word I have, I would say, is misunderstood.
Aida.
I love that, Erika. Misunderstood. Well, hi, everyone. I'm Aida. And the word that's coming up for me is transformative. And I think we're in a period where there's a lot of transformation that could either end up in a crisis or an opportunity, which is why I've pivoted fully into mental health. And I'm focused on convening philanthropists and impact investors through my work with NEXUS, as well as mindful philanthropy.
Thank you, Aida. I just want to share some of the comments in the chat of other people's one word, or Roz is slightly more than one word. And I'm not sure if there is a theme exactly in the words that I'm seeing in the chat, but it seems like there's a lot of words that are about pain. Aida?
Yeah, you know, that's why I said there's a friend called a mental health advocate called Zach Williams. Highly recommend everyone check out his work. But he talks about the mental health crisis being the parallel crisis to what we're experiencing. And that's one of the reasons I've chosen to pivot. So I've been building companies for the past 10 plus years, but there's been a lot of pain, right, throughout our way of being. And that's because it's been built on dysfunctions. So I just want to encourage anyone who's going through pain, loss, etc., just breathe in the release. And I know Erika will speak about this later on. And just keep reinvesting in the possibility of change and positive change. And there's a lot of things that are in our own hands, as well as things that need to happen on a systemic level, which is what I know some of the panelists are focused on. So I'm focused on systematic change, as well as individual change. But just want to encourage people to keep taking that pain, release it, and then reinvest it in something that is hopeful for you. And that's part of the inner work, which I know we'll talk about later on.
I want to just bring up this word. I've been talking to a lot of Black Americans in the last couple of weeks, trying to learn more and learn about what my role is in racism. And one of the things that I'm hearing is this comment that Raise Your Resilience shared, that the trauma is heavy. And that weight of trauma, and there's just so many things, and racism is just one of the many things that is creating trauma for people. And then we have this loneliness. I don't know, pandemic. And I'm trying to find where the comment was, but somebody talked about the loneliness. And Eva, I know loneliness is an area that you and Cigna are particularly interested in all over the world. Could you just share a little bit why loneliness is a concern?
Sure. So we've actually done 2 different studies focused around loneliness, just to begin to understand, where does loneliness show up? Why does it show up? Its impact on health. I think one of the things when we did this study 2 years ago, what we started to understand was loneliness was actually a driver of it. It became equivalent to smoking. I can't remember exactly, but like a pack of cigarettes a day is essentially what it did to people's health, that whole mind, body, the complete picture of health. And that loneliness was really troubling. Not only that, but loneliness increased year over year. And that was 18 to 19, doesn't even reflect what's happening in 2020. And so when we think about how loneliness plays out, it becomes this symptom of bigger issues that are going on. I think when I hear the terms pain and sadness and all of these other pieces that people are talking about, and these aren't issues that haven't existed, they're just coming to the forefront of conversation. So when I think about from the time that I've started talking about mental health, there was a study done by the Centers for Disease Control that talked about what percent, and this is once again geared to US, but what percent of US adults are in optimal mental health? And so if you think about that and try to say, guess in your mind, what percent of US adults do you think might be in optimal mental health? It means I can be productive at work, I'm adding to my community, I can deal with the stressors of my life. If you think about what that number is, it's only 17%. And so from the stigma that we felt in the mental health space for so long, it's been a them over there. They have those problems, not we, not us, they. Whereas when you flip it around and you begin to understand, 83% of us have opportunities. I would venture to say that in the world we're in now, it's even higher than that. But think about it, in the pre-COVID world, 83% of people had an opportunity. And even then we didn't talk about it. So just, Josh, I think about you having this panel and raising these issues and bringing everyone to the table to have this discussion is really important and relevant, but it's really uncovering something that's actually been persistent for quite a long time.
Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed 17. That's 83% is a very big number. Let's just check with people on the panel and here in live chat. On a scale from 1 to 5, where 5 means you feel the opposite of loneliness, belonging, connection, today, this month, this week, you feel like you're fully in community, supported, loved for who you are, nourished in relationships. So that's 5. And 1 is maybe 0 is you're completely outside. You're completely alone. On that scale from 0 to 5, can we just see a show of fingers where you are? And this is a brave thing to share, but I know you're very brave people or you wouldn't be on this panel. And those of you who are here in the chat, if you're willing to, tell us what your number is. I think for me, yesterday I was probably a 4, and then I was talking to my 19-year-old, and I think like a lot of people, but especially I think a lot of young people, he's just really feeling this burden of the pandemic, shelter in place, and just feeling so lonely, and that made me feel more disconnected. Does anyone else want to share why your number was what it was?
I can. I recently have, I guess, staying in one place and being a lot more engaged with the news, which I usually don't read newspapers, but I have been because of the pandemic. And I think I've been really struggling to know what is like what kind of is my emotions, and then like what is like the emotions of the world at the moment, and the kind of the collective trauma which is rising up, and just really starting to see how devastating systems are that are in place. And I mean, we founded Advaya 5 years ago on this idea that the health of the planet and the health of the people are two sides of the same coin. And yet, I just coming to there's basically a lack of clarity in my mind, which I think is a good thing about the boundaries between my body and the world around me. And going back to what you were saying earlier about trauma, I think our collective trauma is something that we collectively and individually and through community need to start to really look at how the traumatic effects of the systems which are in place, the fact that the UK is basically founded on imperialism and colonialism, the US on genocide and slavery, and there was no recognition of that. There was no apology. There was no way to move forwards, like through a deep apology and some kind of, I don't know, something. And I think we're just seeing how deeply embedded that trauma is. I feel like I'm not articulating myself, but I don't know what's me at the moment, I feel. And I don't think that's a bad thing, but it feels so big, the emotions that I'm feeling at the moment.
Yeah, it feels so big. And I want to come back to this question about where is there an intersection of all of these things, all these coins. But Erika, I wanted to hear more from you about what you're perceiving in terms of these layers. These layers of my son told me he's reading Toni Morrison, and she said it's moral trauma. What's your thought about what Christabel said?
Yeah, I mean, for me, what's coming up a great deal right now is that I like to get to the root cause of things, and in order to not feel lonely, we have to feel connected to something. And sometimes you could be around many, many people and still feel lonely. So it's not about proximity to bodies. And I think it's about a deeper connection. And I spent a lot of my life feeling extremely lonely because I couldn't make sense of this crazy world that we live in. And I always felt odd. I felt like I wasn't from here, and I struggled with that. My father is Black and my mother is Jewish, and where did I fit in all of that? And spiritually came in with a lot. And what has led me to now being able to be at a 5 has been reconnecting to the earth, reconnecting to and understanding the cosmos and the mechanics of the universe and the multidimensional realities that we're all living in. And I feel deeply connected to my ancestors, and then subsequently now have cultivated a deep practice that I have every day. And now in community of folks, and it's very small, it's not large, but enough that I can be in sort of honest communication with and see me and I see them, and we can share where we're at. And so I feel like, colonization and capitalism, like if you go back before that, where we were living in community and living in concert and harmony and right relationship with nature, we understood the value of life. When somebody, did something wrong, we didn't lock them up in a cell. We put them at the core of the circle, and we reflected to them how beautiful they were, because they must have forgotten to have acted in such a way. So we wrapped our arms around them to help them remember the truth of who they are. Whereas now we're so separate. Everything is about the me and not about the we. That people are in this separation, this othering, which causes so much suffering. So we've lost our connection to the oneness of I am that I am. I am one with spirit, because of religious constructs, colonization, capitalism, etc. We're sinful. All of this construct that is around us it's separating us from each other, and from the truth of who we are, and then from nature. So we've lost our way in such a big way, and it's just a trickle down effect for me in that regard. And so to me, that's at the root of loneliness. That's at the root of the anxiety and the panic, and how we've lost our ability to honor each other, to love each other, because we've lost our ability to honor and love Mother Earth. And so that's what comes up for me. I think that this is a long trickle down based on this root cutting off from source and nature. Yeah.
Eva,
Can I
you wanna
add?
Oh, yeah, Ida, and then Eva.
So, Erika, that was really beautiful. And one thing that I want to just point out are that there are givers and there are receivers. And for example, I've been trained my whole life, and I think it's also my nature to be a giver. And I was surprised when I said I'm 3, because if you asked me yesterday, I would say I was a 5, because I was walking out in nature, and I just moved to LA, a place where I don't know many people. And I didn't feel lonely. I felt very connected. But at this moment, I do feel lonely. And I'm trying to understand why, and go to the roots of things. But really, it's because I'm so used to also just giving and not accepting the gifts that people are giving me in terms of their love, in terms of their attention. And it goes to, because you talked about roots, and there's something in me that feels guilty to receive. So I just want to point out to people who are usually the givers, is just to be aware of what is your receiving muscle. And I would encourage you to try and use it and build and strengthen that receiving muscle, because it's kind of the ebbs and flows of you. In order to keep on giving, you need to also receive. So that's my work to do as well. I just wanted to point that out.
I know you're near the beach there, Ida, and one of the metaphors that helps me with this is the waves coming in and out. And nobody says, wait, this is my wave, hold on to it. And nobody says, like, oh, the wave shouldn't go out, the wave shouldn't come in. That reciprocity is about balance. Eva, what's your thought?
So something when Erika Rose was talking that I really appreciated, that I think you called out beautifully, which is, so if loneliness is part of the symptom, what's the antidote to it? And you were exactly right, connectedness as the antidote. One of the things that I hadn't really appreciated is the concept, and you talked a little bit about the group of people that you feel like you can share with. And one of the things that we started talking a lot about are micro communities. So oftentimes we think about community, the bigger, broader community that we fit into, but there's a tremendous number of micro communities, and how you feel interconnected within that micro community becomes really important to addressing loneliness. So I loved how you articulated the antidote to loneliness, but also gave a really prime example of the types of micro communities that we all have, depending on what our own interests are, what we want to do. It could be professionally, personally, etc. When we think about what micro communities do we need to make sure we feel connected with.
And Christabel, a lot of your work is around building communities of action, but maybe not action in the way we've conventionally, people in my generation have thought about it. What are those activating communities you're working to build?
I really just love what you were saying, Erika. And I think the kind of the action-oriented things that we do is very much based on this idea of connection and like the kind of one of the roots. I think life is so complex. I don't know if it's the root, but one of our roots of kind of losing our way is this deep sense of separateness, which has come about. And I think that by embedding a deeper ecological awareness into our daily lives, or a deeper understanding of our inherent interconnectedness with nature and with our communities and with the people around us, and the more than human, we can start to find the agency in order to take action. And I think when it comes to mental health, with depression and anxiety, these are often calls to action inside of us, as saying we need to take action, something is not right. And when we live in a world which can be so polarized, so disconnected, people feel so overwhelmed by the globalized systems which we are involved in and under. I think our feeling of agency is often very diminished. So it's about, reconnecting and finding that deep sense of ecological interconnection, and then rooting our actions in that. And I think with action as well as, you ask any child how they, not any child, but some children and teenagers, how they envisage the future. And same with adults, most people will give you a pretty dystopian picture of how the future looks. And if that is the way that people are generally envisaging how we're going to be in like a few decades to come, that is just not an inspiring way that we're going to be actually being able to co-create a just world and even be able to explore what that is. Because, if that's what you're really deeply expecting, we're going to be living in fear all the time and just kind of superficially trying to make ourselves feel better. So I really am recently obsessed with this idea of vision, and how can we, through cross-movement collaboration and in our networks and in our communities, come to start getting excited about building vision. Like, what is the world that you want to see? Like, what is the world that my heart desires? And how can we just work towards that? And that isn't to say that our well-being must be hinged on whether or not we achieve our vision, but just to know that this is a direction and this is the possibility. There are so many possibilities in front of us, and I think we're trying to take action and know that whatever we do, because of the interconnected nature of our existence, will ripple out. And I'm completely obsessed with Adrienne Mary Brown, like really obsessed. I just think she's a goddess. And Adrienne, says what we practice on the small scale sets the pattern for the whole system. So yeah, I think these ideas are really fundamental to us all finding agency and kind of co-creating a vision. Not that it was the same vision for the whole world, many different visions, but yeah, having a clear direction towards light, life, and love.
That agency is a piece that a couple people have also shared in the chat. I think some of you know that in the 6 seconds model of emotional intelligence, we talk about pursue noble goals, which is very similar to what you're describing, Christabel. It's not so much about what we're going to achieve, it's about what we're contributing to in the moments of our lives. And who we're being in those moments. Are we being somebody who is aligned to that vision that we have?
I just want to add actually that there's a nice thing to think of is the cycle of reflection, acceptance, and action. So we reflect on where we're at and the effects of our actions. There's a level of acceptance so that we can then take effective action, and then there's kind of spiraling upwards, hopefully, of transformative action and justice.
And sometimes spiraling downwards, and then we turn around. I want to go back to this question about, I can't remember who said it, about the two sides of the coin. And actually, it turns out there's so many coins. And I went and grabbed off my shelf this 20-sided die that I happened to have there. And I was thinking about how, we think about the Sustainable Development Goals, and we look at all these things that we're confronting in the world, and so much that has become clear in the light of the pandemic. And it can be very overwhelming, or there might be some leverage point of common ground. So as you think about all of these challenges that we're grappling with right now, all these layers, where do you see the point of leverage, or the point of the point where if we put energy there, all of these other things might change? And by the way, those of you who are in the chat, we'd love to know what you think, because this is a super challenging question. But I think it's a question that gives us agency rather than helplessness. Eva.
So, yeah, I'll start with adding a little bit. And I'm going to come from a particular viewpoint. So I work in the healthcare space. And so for me, one of the things that I've seen change over time is, in 2017, I was begging clients to talk about behavioral health, begging clients to talk about how important it was. I think when I say clients, I mean employers. So begging employers to say, this is important, this matters, why do we care about it? And we've seen, even in a short period of time from 2017 to 2020, such a greater willingness to begin to address behavioral health. But the part that I think that we haven't even truly tapped into yet is that when I think of people who have behavioral health conditions and those who also have comorbid medical conditions, the medical costs are so much higher when someone has untreated behavioral health conditions. And so when we start to really talk about, and once again, when I think about from a US lens, one of our biggest challenges is sustainable healthcare. And if we can't effectively deal with behavioral health, if we can't effectively get to whatever place, and treatment for behavioral health could look like a variety of different things. So I won't be prescriptive about what the solution is. But until you address it, we will never get to the place of having a sustainable medical care system. Just as one example, so if you're 20-sided die, if I just picked the coin with the two sides, that's one of the big places that I would say to focus on, because it is so important.
Eva, how about, sorry. Thank you, Eva. My brain is a little fried. There are too many brilliant things people are saying. Erika Rose, how about you?
Yeah, I guess I go back to nature. I'm kind of like a biomimicry nerd, but there's so much intelligence there. But I think of it as an ecosystem, right? So you've got a lot of anger erupting right now, right, that we can see, and it's bringing on protests, for example. And I think that anger is a powerful tool, and we talk about two sides of a coin, right? So anger is one side and passion is another, and anger as an emotion can be transmuted into passion and purpose for positive impact, right? And so it can be channeled in a way. And then you've got visionaries, you've got builders, you've got guides, you've got healers, you've got like, I think that everybody holds a unique part of this prism, a part of that like dice you were showing. So there could be that there are 20, angles to this. And I think the idea is, where do you sit? And maybe you occupy 3 or 4 of those. And then if each of us can, mental health and mental sovereignty are connected to me, our ability to be free thinkers, our ability to know what we can and cannot handle, right? Like for my empaths out there, know what you can and can't consume, right? That's what I sort of deal with. I'm like, I can't eat certain foods and I can't watch certain things on the media, but it's not because I'm trying to numb out. I won, but I passed it through a particular filter so that I don't have to sort of assault myself and put myself into a fear place, because then I can't be proactive and help in a significant way. So I think for all of us, it's around our own self-healing, so that then we can say, okay, which part of this prism, or which parts of this prism can I anchor in to then make a positive impact here? And I think that they all have a place, whether it's it's the anger, or it's somebody who's got an idea about how things can be better and reconstruction and etc. So that's sort of how I would say that, answer your question.
So what I'm hearing you say, Erika Rose, is not trying to encompass the totality, because that is really complicated, but feeling our agency in the space where what Eva talked about, those micro community spaces, feeling our agency within that, and recognizing that our contribution in that space can ripple into the larger system.
100%. 100%.
Aida, I'd like to come back to you to a slightly different question, which is about this idea of mental health and what that means. And Eva shared the statistic earlier that by one definition, 83% of Americans have mental health issues. Even that phrase, issues, I don't know, we have such a negative orientation. It used to be, we'd say mental illness, and then we said, okay, let's call it mental health instead. But I think when people say mental health, they still mean mental illness. What is health in this space?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question. I was actually going to say, let's take a step back and let's talk about what is mental health. And I've noted mental health has a branding problem. Everyone interprets it in something else. So let's talk about the spectrum of, honestly, of being human. So I would argue that everyone has mental health to take care of. Similar, you take your body, you need to walk and use it. Similar, you wash your carpet, you don't keep it unclean. So mental health for me goes from the spectrum of anxiety, right? And minor stresses, which we all feel, regardless of where we are in life, to the furthest, let's just say, for example, being bipolar. And there are even layers of being bipolar, right? And so that's the mental health bucket. But then now there's wellness, there's consciousness, and the intersections between the three are becoming grayer and more intertwined. People are realizing we can't just take care of our physical health without taking care of our emotional, mental, spiritual health, because they all impact the physical health. So even the word stigma, I stopped using that word because it only fosters more stigma around mental health. And if I'll leave anyone with anything around mental health, is we all need to become agents for our own mental health, because we all have it. It's just, if we have a heart, if we have a soul, if we have a mind, we have to take care of it. We have to cleanse it. Some people choose meditation. Some people choose walking. Some people choose art. Art for me is one of them. But we all have to take care of it. And we have to widen what we mean when we talk about mental health, because 4 out of 4 people are impacted by mental health.
4 out of 4.
4. Everyone, basically. Because it used to be said that 1 out of 4 people are impacted. And I challenge that and say, actually, 4 out of 4. Everyone.
I just want to share a couple of comments coming from the chat. And if we think about a healthy view of mental health, this idea of balance, of engagement, of self-care, coming back to balance. And I think this is really interesting. There's been a lot of, it's like totally part of our society in so many places to, be fit, right? And I mean, Christabel, you are a yoga teacher, and you can buy a yoga mat at Target. It's just a normal thing to say, yeah, let's work on our fitness. What would happen? What would it take for that same prevalence to occur in our emotional and mental wellness? Eva, you have a thought?
So, sorry, I thought you were Christabel. When I think about all of the pieces of mental health and wellness, like, I love the comments that everyone put in the chat, because it's all in that definition. And Aida, I think when you described it on the spectrum, it becomes really important, because all of us have opportunities to improve our mental health. And I actually appreciate the opportunity to say, if I think about, for those that have, there's diagnosable mental health conditions, which is typically the 1 in 4 that people focus on. but there's a huge opportunity for resilience in the middle. That's a big, big piece. So when you think of building resilience, the ability to deal with stress, the ability to respond, that's a lot of what I think about when you kind of look at that full spectrum. I'm not sure I answered your exact question, John. Hopefully it gives a point of view.
Fantastic. And Christabel, let's go to you.
I really like that talking about resilience, because something quite flat health that kind of, for me, evokes like a sense that that is your health, and there's an expectation for that health to remain the same. Resilience, it's more understanding that life is constantly changing. We are constantly changing. Everything is in flux, and to have the resilience is to be able to kind of ride the waves of whatever's going around us, and to have practices that allow us to cultivate a sense of equanimity. And it's the same word balance. I was thinking of the word balance earlier, and it's obviously come up a lot in the live comments. Balance also, for me, evokes that there is always going to be an instability, that kind of participation in creating harmony where disharmony has occurred. And this is why I see mental, individual, collective, social resilience as also inherently connected, because it's about refining that sense of balance and resilience, and what we're doing on the microcosm is a reflection of the macrocosm. And just seeing them as also so reflected and kind of fractal in that way.
Where I live, there's a lot of surfing. I don't surf, but I boogie board. But that sense of like, it's not a stable state, but it's an active state. Balance is an active state. I am a fan of the term vitality. I want to go back to something earlier. I think, Christabel, you said this about the inner and the outer. And Erika Rose, you also spoke about this. So as we look at moving towards this vision of this active balance, of connectedness, of vitality, of our agency being rippling into a system, what is the inner work that we need to do? If the outer world is a reflection of that inner world, what is that work? Aida?
Yeah. So I'll start with saying we are creatures of habit. However we want to, break it down, we either take decisions from fear or love. And one thing that I'll just urge people is to look at your thoughts, your words, your actions. And notice what is your self-narrative, and going to what Erika was saying before, of going to the root of things. And that takes time. So just look at your relationship also with patience, with your own self, because so many of us just want to get to that next level. And then the funny thing about life is when you get to that next level, you appreciate it for 5 seconds, then you're like, okay, where's the next level? And so the whole point of life is that journey. But I also want to highlight that there's some people who are experiencing life on the latter end of the spectrum who also need clinical help. And I'm not advocating for any pharmaceutical company. I'm just recognizing that some people need support at that level. And there's always that underlying thing of inner work. And me and Josh, we were talking about, where does this all start? Does it start in the womb? How the mother speaks to her child and how she feels? Or does it start in early childhood, the first 5 years that are so forming to the brain development of a child? So I'll wrap up with saying our thoughts, our words, our actions form who we are today. And everything that we have been through, we can unlearn, and we can choose what we want to learn. But it starts with patience and awareness. And I'll say patience again. And enjoyment of that journey, because life is about the journey. And say some people who are on the latter spectrum, it's okay if you need more support in terms of external. So I'll end there.
Aida, if I actually can put you on the spot a little bit, Can you share a little bit more about your inner work?
Yeah, so for me, I'm Arab. I grew up in Jordan, and I would say we very much our culture of keep your dirty laundry to yourself. So when I was in college, I was super A-type, wanted to work all the time and also partied all the time. I wanted to be everywhere and a super successful person. And the reason I say that is because I ended up burning out. I ended up being semi-paralyzed. I had to drop out of college, and I reached a severe depression to the point where I wanted to take my life. And I remember that night very clearly. And I said, what's the point? And it was just very clear that I still have work to do. And there's reason why I'm still here. And I ended up, semi-paralyzed for about 4.5 years. And it was a very hard journey of just not knowing what my worth is and wondering what it means to be strong, and had many suicidal thoughts. So now that I'm out of it, I wish I could go to my younger self and say, just a little bit more, just a little bit more effort, just a little bit more surrender, a little bit more faith, and a little bit more of asking for help. Because if I asked for help from day one, my 4.5 years of intense struggle would have been shortened. And I'm open. I've been raped, and that was after my paralysis, and that got another trauma. And I never spoke about it. I just chopped my hair because I thought that's the way I can redefine my identity. And I only spoke about it 2 years later because I was so ashamed. So I started learning, how can I create safe spaces for myself first, to know that I'm not broken, that I'm still beautiful, that I'm still whole despite all these life experiences that have been very hard, but have been also very beautiful. And I wouldn't change a thing, even though I don't want to repeat it, but they made me who I am. And I'm here because I don't want anyone to go through what I did. And just to remind people it'll be okay.
So Ada, if I can add, I love the fact that you shared that. It's a powerful story, because the emotion that I feel welling up as you describe it is hope. And you talked a little bit earlier about even childhood trauma. I have an adopted daughter who has reactive attachment disorder. And so if you think about, with a child that has reactive attachment disorder, one of the things when they're very little, I'll give you an example. If you pick up most babies, they'll hold back to you. A child with reactive attachment disorder does not. They just, if I let go, she'd crash to the ground. And one of the things that I've learned is how much there is hope in learning. You can learn. You're not, that when someone is in a situation like that, my daughter has learned how to hold back, and now she's a teenager. But when you just think about the level of hope, that there are some things that sometimes we say, oh my gosh, you're just born with that. And it's like, no, with a lot of the things we're talking about, there is so much hope to be able to learn, and you can be taught so many of the things that I think sometimes we think are just inherently you have it or you don't. And that's not true.
It's, I find myself filled with tears about the hope. Christabel, you were going to say something.
I wasn't, but now I will. I thank you, Ida, for sharing that. And I kind of wanted to ask you a question, and also just bring this to the group about the role of faith, because I think faith is, for me, more powerful than hope, because I don't really know how hope plays out within me, but I've done a lot of inquiry into faith, and I think for anyone, I don't know, working on like their inner resilience and community resilience, and kind of working, on like the environment, that there needs to be a level of faith there, because otherwise we wouldn't be engaged with this. So I was interested to hear people's thoughts on that.
Erika Rose, I see you nodding.
I've been nodding for like the whole. Thank you, Aida, for your vulnerability and sharing that. It's just such an incredibly powerful journey and also so relatable. So thank you for courageously sharing. And yeah, so I have a lot to say about a lot of things. I think to answer you, Christabel, faith feels vitally like a vital ingredient here. My personal faith in what I believe to be true is that love is always having its way, even through a story like Aida's. And I have a story similar. I had a moment, recently where it was a moment of synthesis, where I noticed that my narrative had always been, well, this happened to me, and this happened to me, and this happened to me, and this happened to me. And then there became this moment where I just recognized that, oh my God, all of that happened for me, right? And like Aida said, she wouldn't change a moment of it, because our souls did choose this. And we are here to sort of show up for this exact moment that we're in right now. And everything that we experience is building that resilience to be present in this moment, even if it's a deeply difficult experience. I also just want to speak to the fact that, around the own inner work, and to connection, again, the idea of connection is connection within, right? So that you can't talk about, I don't think, mental health without emotional health, right, Joshua? And then physical and spiritual, because they're all part of the same continuum. And I think that one of the things we want to see in the outer world is more compassion and more forgiveness, but we're incredibly non-forgiving and not compassionate with our own selves. And something that keeps coming up a lot in this conversation is the water. We've talked about waves and the ocean a lot here. And when I think about water, I also think about the moon. And one tool that's been really transformative in my life, specifically as someone who identifies as a woman, is understanding that there is an ancient wisdom that tells that women change every 2.5 days. And there's this idea about the 11 moon centers, and that we change through these different moon centers every day. And dependent upon where we are, we're literally feeling differently, seeing the world differently, acting differently. And when I got this, I was like, oh my God, I thought I was crazy, because I'll feel great one day, and then the next day I'm just like batshit or whatever, or like I'm so insecure, And so to understand the rhythmic nature, I think in our sort of driven, forward moving type of world that we're in, of always, looking for something to achieve, that we've forgotten to ride the wave, to be with the cyclical nature of how this all moves, and to understand that, okay, we might be here, having this great moment, and then or like childbirth, right? We expand and then we contract to birth the thing, and contraction in childbirth is painful, but then you get this beautiful thing on the other side. So if we could just understand that it's like the laws of nature are that you're going to have expansion, you're going to have contraction, you're going to have joy, you're going to have pain, and we don't have to beat our own selves up so much. And if we could stop beating our own selves up so much, we wouldn't beat each other up so much. If we could hold ourselves in more compassion and more forgiveness, we could hold each other in more compassion and more forgiveness. So I think that back to the inner work for the outer work is, it does start with understanding where you're at in any given moment and holding ourselves in more love and forgiveness around that. And then we'll be able to do that with each other.
Wow. One of my favorite conversations with people about emotional intelligence is when we start talking about empathy. And is empathy something that we give to others, or is empathy something that lifts us both? And that sense of the shared space that we can step into together has just been incredibly powerful in my life. Well, there are so many more things I want to talk about with the four of you. This has been really moving and inspiring for me, and I think for many people sharing in the chat likewise. What do you want to conclude with? So we're somehow out of time again. What's the summary for you that you want to hold on to from this conversation, and that you want to invite others to hold on to? I would like to ask everybody who's here on the chat if you would please also share some of those. I'll just take a moment and share. There's, I think, a lot of resonance with this, what you just said, Erika Rose. And I think that this is a piece that for me is really pressing on me right now, and should be, that racism is a disconnection. And that disconnection disconnects us. Doesn't matter what our race is. That's a system of disconnection. And when we're in that system of disconnection, we all feel that disconnection. And we all, it is a moral trauma that injures all of us. And so I think one of my things that I'm taking away is that this reconnection work that we're talking about, whether it manifests as loneliness or manifests as a more severe mental health, mental illness, or whether it manifests as racism, or whether it manifests as our disconnection from the planet, that these all are in some ways echoes of this same separation from self and separation from one another. So what are your concluding thoughts, folks?
I'm happy to share and build off kind of what you're saying. For me, the concept of the othering, and I heard everyone in one way or another say that, and there's no such thing in terms of the other. We're just so connected, and we've just been taught that there's the other and then there's me. And I've been doing a lot of work around my inherited othering, which will be simplified for me in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It's a whole other topic, but that's what I've been trying to unlearn. And then I'll end with also saying, I can't boil the ocean at the moment, right? And tackle all things in mental health. So I've chosen to focus on convening philanthropists and impact investors, starting in the US, and then we'll work on a global component. And I'll continue my work on founder well-being, because the entrepreneurship space, we're building so much in a very unhealthy way, and we need to pivot and unlearn the past ways of being. So I'll stop there and just send everyone love as well. Always love.
Thank you, Aida. Eva.
I've so learned and appreciated hearing from each of the other panelists. I think of this as almost a patchwork of putting together different points of view. I think the one thing that I would want to leave people with is there are so many resources available. I think this is actually an incredibly resource-rich space, not a resource-starved space. And so, just to have a chance to really look into, if someone needs help, out of 100 people, 100 people have opportunities. So make sure you look at resources, everything to things provided by more conventional employer type bases, to faith bases, to all different areas and spaces. So that would be what I would want everyone to leave with.
And you talked about that idea that we're here to learn and we're growing. And 100% of us have opportunity to grow and learn about our emotional well-being and our health. Christabel?
Yeah. Thank you, everyone, for such a rich conversation. And I think I would like to just leave with saying, have faith that another way is possible, and there are so many ways of being in this world, and we want to be celebrating that diversity of ways of knowing and ways of being, and cultivating our own touch on the world, and hopefully learning how we can align with what our deepest parts of us really are moving towards, and how we can align with the natural world and with communities as well, and do so with a sense of celebration and joy, and a kind of sinking into deeper and deeper love with the world. And you know, what's happening around us right now is just an example of falling out of love with this embodied existence, and just keep exploring and celebrating and envisioning what could our future be like, and how can we take little baby steps or big leaps towards it.
Erika Rose.
Thank you all so much. My message is that I love you all. I love everyone on this panel and everyone in the chat, and that we are family, and that whatever you're going through impacts me, and whatever I'm going through impacts you. And I can feel that very, very deeply. And I feel also really deeply that we're all so here on purpose right now, and that each and every one of us carries such special, potent medicine. And so my prayer for each and every single one is for you to know that you are not alone. We are in this together, and that we need each other to be exactly wherever we're at and work through that with love and compassion. And I just want you to know that you can always know in the world that I love you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Wow. I was looking forward to this panel. I didn't realize how. I didn't realize how much I needed this conversation. So thank you. And I wanted to leave everyone with one last thought, which is we have beehives here. And I look at the ecosystem of the bees and the way that they are a community. And at this time of year, sitting outside, it's like, it's just, our garden is literally buzzing. And the industriousness and engagement in the world. And each of those little bees is taking a tiny, tiny bit of something back to the hive. And it's truly tiny. And yet they're building this living system together. And so I think it's a metaphor about our contribution. Sometimes we might feel very small, but and we are. But that doesn't mean it's not essential. We're a part of that fabric, part of that hive, part of that community, and part of many communities. So I'm grateful for you being here today. Thank you for joining us. And Tom, we'll go back to you.
That was an absolutely amazing panel. So many great points that were raised, and I think that we all learned a lot about mental health, about emotional intelligence. And so, of course, we are extremely grateful to 6 Seconds EQ Network, the Emotional Intelligence Network, led by the moderator of that last panel, Joshua Friedman. So please go support them. Please go check them out. It is so great to have them as a partner. Next up, we have an amazing panel presentation from our partners, Young Entertainment Activists, and their new project that they've been working on the Camera Act and on screen time and on getting the federal government to step in and research the effects of screen time on young people in this country. So that's coming up next. We're so excited to share that with you. So let's go to them now.
I'm always on my phone at night, just to stay on it.
According to research, 70% of adults spend almost 3 to 5 hours per day online. Some may be hitting 7 hours. 80% of those hours logged are on a mobile device. We may be looking too much. Are we screen addicted?
All of the aspects of gambling addiction are present. In fact, those are the exact mechanisms that are being built in.
They own our data, and they own our eyeballs, and they own our attention span, and increasingly our brand preferences. You and I are the product being sold.
Interactive screens are absolutely mesmerizing for children.
If mom or dad is staring at their phone, then the kid is going to say, that's the way I'm expected to behave in the world.
They know that this is addicting, they know that it's problematic, and they didn't care.
They want your information, or they want you to be constantly checking your screen because they make more money when you do that.
According to Common Sense Media, children up to age 8 are spending up to 3 hours a day consuming screen media. Children 8 to 12 spend closer to 5 hours, and teenagers can be more than 6 and even up to 9 hours. Just decide on where you want your attention to be focused, in the real world or in theirs.
Hi, it's Congressman Jamie Raskin. I'm the author of the CAMERA Act, having inherited this legislation from my colleague John Delaney. We now have 85 co-sponsors, and this legislation will mandate a federal study into the health and social and psychological effects of screen time, of kids interacting with technology and the social media. And we've never done a complete systematic governmental study on this, and we need to, especially today with 95% of families stuck at home and people spending more and more time online. So we want to thoroughly study it and figure out what we need to do to create the healthy balance that all of us intuitively understand children need.
Hi, everybody. My name is John Hyatt, and I'm the director-producer of the film Screened Out. The film deals with screen addiction and screen use in adults and children. And I'd like to thank the National Children's Campaign for hosting this discussion today, which I think is very important. I made the film Screened Out because as a father of 3 young kids, I was worried about their mental and physical health while they were using screens. And then I also looked at my own self, and I realized that I was having major issues as well with screens. So we went out and we tried to get some answers, and we provide some of those answers in Screened Out. But today we are talking to some amazing experts in this panel that deal with problems that screens are pushing on children and adults. And we also support the CAMERA Act, which is a bipartisan piece of legislation that will allow the NIH to actually use government money to look into what screens are doing to kids. And within that piece of legislation, they would be looking into 3 different areas. So they'd be looking into cognitive effects of screen use, social and emotional, and the physical aspects of it. So the panelists you're seeing today will be talking about those 3 things. So I'm very excited. Stick around. It'll be about 30, 40 minutes, and they'll provide some great information. All right, hi everybody, how you doing? Here we are today. We're talking to Hillary Cash today. When we made our film Screened Out, we had the honor of visiting Restart, which is a place you can go for recovery for gaming and screen addiction. And indeed, it was probably one of the first in North America. And she is really a pioneer here in this movement. And I'm so happy to have her here today to talk about children's health.
Yeah.
How you doing, Hillary? So great. So maybe we can just start off, and maybe you could just give us the elevator pitch of what is Restart.
Restart was started 11 years ago. We were the first in the country. And the whole idea was that there was no treatment facility that existed for a higher level of care for those addicts who needed a higher level of care, because they are different overall. They're different from drug addicts and alcoholics. So sending them for, to detox in that kind of setting usually isn't actually a very good idea. Mm-hmm. So we knew that there was a need for that, and no one else was filling the need. So we decided to do that. And we've been going for 11 years now, and we've now expanded to treat adolescents as well. And it's been a fascinating journey.
And what was it like when you started out? I mean, what were people saying to you? Were they believing that this was a real thing, screen addiction?
I remember going to a conference and of treatment providers, you know, like wilderness programs and those sorts of folks. And in general, they did kind of get what we were doing. But there was a speaker who came by our booth because we were there talking to people about Restart and everything. And he just lambasted me, you know, and saying this whole thing is a scam and you're just out to make people, you know, you're just out to make money and convince people that there's this new addiction. And he was so rude.
You know, it's funny with these guys because they're like, I'm not, you know, this addiction thing, it's not real. And then they're looking at their phone the entire time. They're actually telling you that it's not an addiction. So, you know, one of the studies of the Camera Act, or the areas of study would be, you know, to look at the cognitive effects of the impact of media technology. So what have you found to be the most critical cognitive effects?
Okay, that is a great question, because what we do see is that, first of all, for someone who's grown up in front of screens most of their childhood, and I would say our guys on average are probably starting their screen use between the ages of 4 and 6, and then how heavy that use is going to impact their child development. And by the way, parents are now introducing their kids from birth to screens. So I think the impacts are even going to be worse. But what we see is, first of all, social skills are just not developing well. So these people that we're working with, you know, the teenagers, but especially we see it in the adults because they've got that many more years of screen time, which has impeded their ability to really learn how to decode all of the complexities of communication when they are face-to-face with people. Communication online is screen mediated, is so much simpler, so much less nuanced. So we see that they have a lot of catching up to do. We also see that their ability to delay gratification, to focus and be persistent in the achievement of a longer term goal is often just not there, not well developed at all. The ability to just really stay focused is often not there. So these are a couple of the really significant signs that we see.
And do you think that, you know, when kids are, you know, getting this gratification when they're really young, do you see that could, you know, be a gateway to other addictions possibly?
Well, the pathways in the brain that are lighting up, which, you know, we all as human beings need to do, you know, we need to enjoy our lives. So all of that is perfectly normal for those pleasure pathways to be stimulated. But when they're overstimulated, excessively stimulated, and the brain goes through the changes that it goes through, which equates to addiction, those pathways are now, if the gamer, let's say the gamer or the internet addict stops their gaming, then those pathways are still there, sort of craving stimulation. They're asking, those neurons are asking for stimulation. And so it's very easy for them to then seek some other way of satisfying that. And, you know, drug use, food, excessive consumption of food and so forth, these are things that will, again, stimulate those neural pathways. So yes, people are very vulnerable to transferring their addictions elsewhere or adding on to their addictions because they need more and more stimulation.
You know, when I came and visited you too, you know, we did the circle time and then I met some of the clients that you had there and they were, you know, obviously going through something. You know, some of them couldn't even make eye contact with you. But I mean, I found it amazing everything that you were doing there, and everybody that was there really appreciated the help. So what is some of the help that you're doing right now to help people get back on track?
Well, it's a very holistic approach. So they need help physically to get caught up on sleep, get exercise, eat healthy food. They need to become comfortable socially. So we're teaching them social skills, communication skills, and putting them in sort of safe, intimate environments. They need to understand, this is where the counseling portion comes in, they need to understand what's been driving their need for escape over the internet. And they just need often life skills. They often don't know how to cook. They don't know how to make a bed and clean a house and take care of animals and those sorts of things. So we're really trying to address all of those things at once. And then if they go into our transition program with those habits and skills now under their belt, now if they do that, they're living together, they're now much more independent and in charge of their lives, and now getting work, eventually going back to school, all these things, so that they can just start living normal adult lives, which they were terrified of and avoiding before restart.
You know, I love when I was there filming too, you had the dog. So I guess they're taking care of the dog that was there.
Yeah. And well, we also have expanded. We now have a little ranch, and that's where they actually start off, and they're caring for horses and goats and cats.
That's great. So if we have a parent now, and you know, they're like, my kid's not a screen addict, he's not a freak, but you know, he's going down this pathway of playing way too many games. He's getting angry when I have to get him off. Like, you know, what can a parent do right now who has a child that can't get off gaming?
Well, the ideal, and it's not easy to achieve, but the ideal as a parent is to turn off the internet and take a month to reset a child's brain. They'll go through withdrawal, they'll be furious at first, and voila, after 2, 3, 4 weeks, they're going to be calm, relatable, finding new things to do when they're bored. And that's the time to then reintroduce use of computers, but with rules that everybody's talked about, agreed upon, you know, a structure to the day, so they know when they're going to have a chance to go on, they know when that's going to end. And so you would kind of restructure life. Now, if you can't do that, and that's especially difficult right now, I think,
right.
Then it's a matter of having those conversations with them and explaining that this can't go on, and let's agree together on what the structure and the rules are going to be, and then we're going to hold you to it.
That's great. So to close it up, so you know, why should people ask representatives and senators to support the CAMERA Act?
Well, in general, I think we need more research. We need to understand better. This is a new and burgeoning field, so we really need support to get this field to mature, to get the information that we all need for that, and to help people understand that this thing, which is free, accessible, socially acceptable, it really does have a dangerous side to it. You know, in the interests of those companies that stand to make a lot of money out of their hardware and software, they're driven by the profit motive, not by the social good.
Mm-hmm.
And so we need Congress to understand that in order for all of this hardware and software to benefit society, there really do have to be some limitations on it, and that will be backed up by the research.
Well said. Okay, well, I just want to thank you again. It's always a pleasure talking to you, Hillary. And if anyone wants to find out more, check out Restart Online. What's the website?
It's restartlife.com.
Great. Check it out, guys. Thanks, Hillary. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Akeem Biggs. I am 25, and I'm a resident of Los Angeles, California. I was challenged by a young entertainment activist to do the Screened Out Challenge, and I personally accepted the challenge because I could feel myself, especially during these wild times that we're experiencing right now, I could feel myself becoming more and more immersed in social media in order to escape this reality. And I was finding that even though I'm in social media, I'm being bombarded with so much information. And even though it's coming at me so much, I'm still obsessed and trying to get more into it. And then I can feel myself the pressure building up in my head. I can feel my attention span diminishing, and especially in my relationship or in my job, because I'm a nanny. So I'm taking care of this little kid, and I can just feel myself very disconnected because I'm just so obsessed with all of the information that's flooding to my fingertips. So I personally accepted this challenge because I wanted to feel like I was planting my feet again and regaining control over the space that I occupy in my mind, in my reality. So I began the Screen Dot Challenge a few months ago. And so far I've been impressed because when my partner told me about the challenge, I went through the Instagram page, and I love on the Instagram stories, there were this slide about all of these little mindful tips that I could take away and incorporate into my life that day in order to reclaim my space, reclaim my energy and my time. So since my partner and I share a space, we agreed that we were going to allow phones or chargers in our loft space, because that's where we sleep. Because we were so used to trying to unwind from the day after being bombarded with so much information, but we'll just get in the bed, get on our phone and wake up, turn to our phones, and we weren't really spending time together or paying attention to each other. So lately I've been liking it because I feel even the next day waking up, I feel less pressure and less stress on my mind to wake up and see who's posting what, who's doing what. I feel like I'm planting my feet again and I can show up for myself. So I've loved the tip so far. It's a work in progress because some days are better than others, but I appreciate it and I can't wait to incorporate more.
Hi, everybody. I'm really happy to be joined by Mandy, and she's with Screen Strong. If you watch our film Screened Out, you'll see Melanie, who was called Families Managing Media at the time, which is now Screen Strong. And they are an amazing group. And one thing I really like about Screen Strong is it is a group of parents and people that got together because they realized this was a real issue and they decided to do something about it. And that's why I found it super interesting, because they were not getting answers. So thank you for joining us, Mandy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great.
Thanks for having me.
So how did you get involved with Screen Strong?
A dear friend of mine was actually already following Screen Strong for the past couple of years, or Families Managing Media at the time. And she told me about their website, and I just started looking because we were diving into this, giving our kids smartphones for the first time. We waited till 14, like good parents should, and said, you're going to be a freshman, so you get your smartphone. And what we realized, things weren't going the way we thought they were going to go. And so my friend told me about this organization. I looked into it and I was hooked immediately. It was exactly what I was looking for as a parent. I started following her, reading her blogs, and now I'm involved helping with social media and helping parents, whoever needs help. I'm shouting it from the rooftops because I think it's so important.
So maybe you can give the viewers just a quick breakdown of what Screen Strong is.
Sure. Screen Strong is basically exists. Its founder, Melanie Hempy, is the one that started it because her son actually dropped out of college because of his addiction to video games. And this was about a decade ago. So it sent her on this mission of figuring out, why did this happen? I'm a good parent. I thought I was doing things right, which is what I felt with the smartphone issue here all these years later. And so basically they're just existing to bring awareness and help support parents as best as we can. That it's okay to delay these things. You don't have to go with the flow and do what everybody else is doing. Go with your gut. She also is really good at providing a lot of the medical and scientific research that is out there now. And that's what kind of hooked me, realizing wow, this is actually changing their brains. I need to pay attention to this. So
Right.
they're an excellent organization that's there to support parents.
And that's the thing, after we made this film, we get so many questions from parents now. What do I do?
Yeah.
What can I do? So what kind of the big screen issues do parents come to you with in the community?
What I'm hearing, what I've personally experienced was the fact that no matter how many parental controls I put on things and all this helicopter parenting I was actually doing because of the screens, it was exhausting. And that's what I'm hearing from a lot of my peers, my friends that have kids in these same age groups. They're coming to us and saying, what do? We waited, we have all the parental controls, and this is still affecting our kid, whether it be their attitude, their anxiety, things like that, or their access to, questionable things on the internet they don't want their kids viewing. So I think a lot of the parents are just looking for answers. A lot of parents want to keep their eyes closed too, because it's just too hard to do this. But the way I look at it and the way I tell parents that come to me is that, it's harder actually to manage all the things, So I'm hearing a lot of parents are just exhausted from it. They themselves are affected by the screens. I mean, we as adults know what it's doing to us. And it's exhausting to try to find those remedies for our kids, without the support.
Right. And one theme that we found too, and even for myself, is that you don't feel like you're getting answers from anywhere. So is this a theme that you're hearing from parent groups or anybody saying? Are they saying that they're getting answers from the medical community, from the government, or anything?
No, I'm not hearing that at all. I'm hearing, and again, I speak a lot from my personal experience because I feel like I'm kind of new to this whole thing, and I'm ready to talk to anybody who will listen. But even our personal experience, going to the doctor saying, hey, my daughter's dealing with some anxiety, and literally within 2 minutes, that doctor had prescribed an antidepressant to my 14-year-old without any background, hey, how much are you on your screen? Or none of that's coming out right now because doctors are not trained in that, especially more old school doctors that have been around for a while. This wasn't an issue when they went through med school. I do believe some doctors are coming around to it now and paying attention to this, but it definitely needs to be brought, more awareness to it so that doctors aren't jumping to an antidepressant. Instead, they might jump to, hey, how much are you on social media? Let's take a fast from that for 90 days and see how you do, which is what we decided to do in our family at that time. That's where Instagram went out the window because I was like, no, I'm not going to jump right to an antidepressant. Let's see what we can do on our own. And that has made a tremendous difference, let me tell you.
Why is it important that we have real government studies that are looking at this finally?
Because actually, I think a lot of parents, I'm more inclined to research on my own and just dig in, get in with Screen Strong and show me all the things. But a lot of parents are just like, I don't know about that. I don't know if that's really, that's a third party, whatever. They're kind of leery. I think if a government study was to come in and do this, more people would listen and maybe would actually get the medical community behind it more as well. So I think it's super important to have government funding, for this type of research. It's where our, country is going even right now. We see it in the news everywhere we look. It's affecting us major. And so if we can get a hold of it with kids at a young age and start warning parents, not just warning them that there's imminent doom, not that type of warning, but just like, hey,
right.
You can do something different. We don't have to bring up the next generation in the same way we've been doing for the last decade.
Talking about the next generation, we had the pleasure of speaking with a lot of teens in the film and, hearing what their issues were and just trying to get them to talk,
Yeah.
And as we know that teens don't want to tell us everything about what they're doing, but what are some of the things that teens are telling you right now, like in secret or about, the pressures of screen time?
Yeah, well, we're seeing a lot. We talk a lot about our Screen Strong challenge. It's just a week. It's 7 days to give up screens. And before we even made that an official challenge, I know Melanie had teachers that were doing this kind of as an experiment in school. And so we've got pages and pages of what teens were saying after being off their phones for 7 days and the freedom that they were just felt, not having that pressure, because that's what it's causing a lot in our teenagers, a lot of pressure, a lot of anxiety, a lot of comparing, and just they want somebody to come to them and say, we're going to take it away. They might not say that to you at first, but in the long run, they're going to look back and go, thank you for saving my life, And so I think the teens that are recognizing there's an issue are probably the older teens, your juniors, your seniors that are getting ready to go out in the world and realizing that they need to kind of get their life together and their brain's starting to mature a little bit more. It's the middle schoolers you're not really hearing that it's an issue because, to them it's novelty. Everybody has a phone, everybody's on the internet, everyone's on Snapchat. So they don't know, they don't have that maturity yet. But those older teenagers, they're starting to realize like, oh, my life's actually a lot more simple without this device or, social media or whatever.
Well, some of the talkers we talk to, they say, you got to make kids realize that they're being duped in many ways, like you're being sold like a pathway to walk down by a company that just wants to kind of hijack your attention.
Well, and that's one thing Melanie will say a lot is that our kids do not stand a chance against the neuroscientists that are literally being paid to keep our eyeballs, glued to the screen. They don't stand a chance. They are paid for that. They lose their jobs if they do not, make their device or their game or whatever addictive. And that's a scary world to live in if we don't realize that that's happening.
And a couple more questions here, but like, during COVID, there's all these articles, saying like, oh, screens are fair game now. Use it as much as you want, use it as a pacifier, blah, 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 blah. What's your response to that?
One thing I hear a lot is, this is my kid's only social outlet. It's the only thing. It's empty calories, really. It's a false reality of social, FaceTime, things like that. We're still doing a lot of that, right? But that's like one-on-one, you're talking to somebody and having conversation. But the 5 things I'll just say really, really fast, just about what we kind of Screen Strong says about COVID and all of that is the 5 things to minimize the screen time and help regulate it. Sharpen your current screen rules. You know what they are. Make a daily schedule. focus on building life skills, hobbies, start researching things that you can do. You know, my kids took up painting and tinkering with stuff in the garage. I mean, there's stuff that our teenagers can do. We just have to put a little bit of effort into it. Don't leave kids alone on their screens, and create fond memories with them during this time, you know, game nights, things like that. I hope that answered your question.
No, that did. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, listen, and people want to find out more, then go to screenstrong.com.
Yeah, screenstrong.com. Yep.
Great. And they can check it out there. And again, it's, you know, it's been such an amazing experience dealing with Melanie and meeting you today, and just hearing about who kind of enough is enough. We're taking our kids' attentions back, and I just love it. So thanks for joining me today, Mandy. I really, really appreciate it.
Yes, no problem. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
How does it make you feel when mommy and daddy are on their phone and not listening to you?
Sad,
Why does it make you feel sad?
because I can't talk with you for a little bit.
What could we be doing better than spending so much time on our phone?
Spending a little bit of time. Spending more time with us and outside.
Doing things that are not on phones?
Yeah. Doing things that are on screens.
Hi, everybody. So now we're joined here today with Dhruvan, and he's with OcuShield, which is a company that makes, well, I guess it makes filters for your screens and I guess eyeglasses, but he can tell us a little more about it. But one of the fascinating things about making a documentary like this and doing these kinds of meetings is all the different kinds of companies that realize that there's a problem with screens and that are stepping up to do something about it. So, hi, Dhruvan. Nice you can join us.
Hey, nice to be here.
So maybe you could tell us a bit about what OcuShield does and why you started it.
Yeah, 100%. So I think, to give you some insight into what OcuShield does is we're a company that wants to protect people's eyes in the digital age. Our focus is very much so around blue light. So we learned from earlier on the years that blue light affects the eyes, the sleep, and the body in multiple ways. And what we decided to do was to create medically rated filters that go onto digital devices, smartphones, tablets, monitors, that remove the harmful blue light, so people can enjoy using their devices, but also mitigate any blue light risk. We also started creating glasses that have this technology, and then also eye-friendly lighting, because we know that blue light is also present in LED lighting around us. And then going back to kind of where we started, so I studied optometry at City University in London, and on the weekends I was working at opticians known as Grand Vision or Vision Express in the UK.
Right.
And they released some technology for people that wore glasses, and it was called Blue Control. And what they said that it did was it limited eye strain from when you were at the screen because of this harmful blue light. And at that time, I had no idea what blue light was. And I kind of thought to myself, is this the piece of the missing puzzle? Because my parents have always told me looking at screens is bad. And I was like, wait, is this it? And I kind of, I took that back to the university and I started doing a body of research around how blue light affects the eye's physiology and circadian rhythms. And I found that this was a massive problem actually, because at the time when I did look at that, it was about 2013. And this was, iPhone 4 time, iPhone 4 or 5, and that was kind of infancy of the smartphones. And I realized that smartphones were only going to get bigger and brighter. So selfishly, I wanted to create products I can use because I didn't want to wear glasses to limit the blue light. And that's where the journey began. We began researching the blue light topic and creating products that could limit blue light effectively.
And something that we discovered while making the film is how important sleep is, especially for teenagers. So maybe you can talk a bit about, the real dangers of affecting sleep with blue light.
Sure, yeah. So sleep is one of the biggest, it's a pillar of life. And what we found from our research is blue light emitted from digital device screens, it suppresses the hormone known as melatonin. And melatonin is what tells your body that it's ready to fall asleep effectively. So if you don't have enough melatonin in your system, you're going to find it harder to sleep. And it's kind of a bad cycle as well. What happens is, because people can't sleep, they then go back onto their devices because they want to remain engaged, and that whole loop just keeps carrying on and on unless people are conscious of what the blue light is doing to their bodies. So if you're not able to get to sleep, you're not going to be fully rested, and it's going to affect your next day, for example, your brain processing power, your productivity, your vital organs, how they're working, and it's all tied into that whole aspect of not being able to fall asleep timely, but also having restful sleep.
Does it actually affect the vision itself?
Yeah, good question. So blue light does affect the eyes as well. So it affects it in two ways. You've got short term and long term. So the short term ways it affects the eyes is, kind of visual fatigue. So it could be eye strain and also headaches. And the reason this happens is because blue light is actually a shorter wavelength of light. And what that means is there's a lot of noise when you're looking at blue light from the screen. Your eyes have to decipher what it's looking at, and the blue light makes it harder to do that. And that takes up a lot more energy of your visual system. So your eyes are trying to work out the contrast, it's trying to focus in on text, or it's focusing on objects. And because of this noise, the aberrations that blue light is creating, it's working a lot harder than it should be. Therefore, that system gets fatigued, and you get the eye strain, and then it leads to headaches, and that can have a knock-on effect for the rest of the day. In terms of longer-term damage to the eyes, there's something known as age-related macular degeneration, and we know blue light is actually a risk factor, and the cumulative effect of blue light from screens has been shown to contribute towards that. And what's interesting is smartphones and devices are only 1 or 2 decades old, and macular degeneration is an eye disease which is something that happens throughout your lifetime, many decades.
Right.
So there isn't research that's possible to be done at the moment which can link the two, and that's where people are a bit confused at the moment. But that research it's going to be hard for that to come around, because you're going to have to control people using devices every day for 3 or 4 decades, and making it's really hard. It's nearly impossible to do a clinical study like that. So that's why there's not that much emphasis on it. But we know, through different trials, in terms of early trials on mice, for example, that this problem is there, and people need to look at it, because actually by 2050, macular degeneration will be the biggest cause of blindness in the world.
Wow. So how does your product, how does that help deal with the problem?
Yeah. So for example, our screen filters, how that helps is it limits the harmful blue light. And what I mean by that is, so blue light is from 400 to 500 nanometers in the wavelength spectrum of light. And what we're doing is we're selectively filtering the spikes in wavelength of blue light within the spectrum that's emitted from digital devices. So we remove, in some cases, up to 90% of the blue light with some of our products. But on average, you're looking at around 40 to 50% of that blue light. Now, we know that compliance is a big thing when it comes to healthcare. So, for example, if people are not going to use a product or solution, it makes that product's redundant. And we give, for example, Apple released a product software base, which is called Night Mode, which reduces blue light on screens. But as you may know, if you've used it, it makes your screen very orange. Now, what we have is people don't like to be looking at Netflix or images or their messages when things are very orange. So what people do is they turn it off, and especially children. Now, children are more at risk, and children are very smart these days. They can turn software off. So, they'll just turn that off, and they won't use that blue light filtering software. So that's where OcuShield comes in, is we have a lot of families, parents who are concerned about their children, who say, once I have an OcuShield on my device, I know my children's eyes are protected, and they're not going to take that off the same way they do with the software. And the screen colors stay intact, so you have a true image clarity, which allows everyone to be happy on both sides.
Amazing. So I want one, but where can everyone else go and get one right now?
Yeah, so we're available at OcuShield.com, so that's OCUSHILD, and also Amazon. And we're looking to work in our way into retailers as well later this year, once everything starts opening back up post pandemic.
That's amazing. Well, listen, I think your company is super interesting. People should definitely check out OcuShield. And thanks again, Dhruvan, for taking the time to speak with us today.
Yeah, no problem at all. Thank you.
I didn't know how much I was just looking down at the world. I was looking down and wasn't, you miss out on so much. Now that I'm not really, I don't use anything, I can see everyone and what they're doing, and you can see them on it all day long.
Okay, so we're joined today with chiropractor Dr. Rob, who I had the pleasure of meeting a little while ago. He is from Canada but lives in LA, and he's noticed some pretty disturbing stuff about screen use and posture, especially in children. So thanks for joining us here, Dr. Rob.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it.
So, tell us a bit about, what you do and why you kind of got into, looking at how screens were affecting children physically.
Yeah, so I look at research and information when it comes to structural pathology, postural pathology, and I've been doing this for about 20 years. And recently, more and more kids that I've seen coming in are having worse and worse posture and structural pathologies that I would not be expecting at such an early age.
Right. So what led you to go, you know what, this could possibly be screens doing this?
Well, I mean, 18 years ago, we weren't using our cell phones. We weren't using tablets as much. I wasn't seeing as many kids being affected with postural issues or structural issues. There was the abnormal effects, but in the last 5 years, ever since more and more of us have been using cell phones more often and now tabs more often, and kids, parents have been noticing that, hey, something's going on with my kid. They have bad posture because I educate them on those effects. And so they've been bringing their kids in more and more often now. And I'd say within the last 5 years, there's been a definite change in structural and muscular pathologies that I was not expecting for kids to have in comparison to 15 years ago.
Wow. And are the parents saying to you, yeah, my kid uses an iPad?
Yeah, because I have two kids, they're 8 and 6 now, and I've seen the amount of screen that they use and how they use it. And because I'm lucky that I'm able to educate them on how to position themselves, it's definitely correlated to posture when it comes to screen time. And parents are doing it. So they think they're doing it now. I'm able to have conversations with the parents and saying, yeah, how much time are they spending on their pads, on their computers, on their phones? And that number isn't really monitored. And parents really weren't aware of, my kid has a problem. Wow, maybe he's also having, the same issues that I'm having. Could you take a look at my kids for me? And so, like I said, within the last 5 years, it's pretty scary stuff that I'm seeing, that kids should not be having these problems. And there's way early onset of a lot of degeneration effects, specifically because they're spending so much time in front of computers and screens.
So what are the, long-term effects of having this bad posture? Say, in the next 10 years, what does this look for a child who's, say, 12 years old now and just has terrible posture, and they just keep doing it for another 10 years? What is this going to do to them physically?
Well, physically, when you take a look at the different components of what I examine, posture plays a major role in muscular imbalances, increased tension and tightness in the neck and the shoulders and the back. So they're complaining about pains more than they should be. But then when you dig deeper inside of it and how the neurological compromise and also the structural compromise, kids should not be having early on stage of arthritis and disc degeneration. And I'm seeing that more and more these days. So if you think about it, chronic spine conditions is a massive health issue in adults. But now we're seeing it way too early on in kids. So if they're having that at an earlier age now, what the ramifications are going to be when they get older, they're just having a lot more health issues as they grow before their certain age comes. So, before, what I was seeing is people in their 50s, 60s, and 70s having these degenerations effects. And now I'm seeing kids, 15, 16, high school kids. I'm like, that's not a spine of a 15-year-old. That's a spine of a 40, 50-year-old. And that's just way early on than they should be having. And when kids are suffering from chronic headaches, chronic tension, chronic pains, and parents don't know why, and then when they understand, it's like they're hunched over way more than they should be. There's a direct correlation, and it's scary and it's sad, and it has to be discussed. And unfortunately, it hasn't. So thank you for doing the movie, because it also opened my eyes with the other components that you've discussed. What I've seen a lot more lately is, wow, kids are really being affected by what they're doing, and we just aren't aware of it. So thank you for that.
Well, and that's what I found interesting, because we didn't look into the physical aspects necessarily in the film. And then when you started telling me that, I was like, my God, it just keeps going. How many things that we do, right? So what are some of the things, like actionable things, that parents can do right now to help fix their kids' posture?
So what I teach a lot of people, adults first, obviously, because that's my main population, but quite a few kids, and I also do a lot of lectures and health talks for a lot of high school kids and grade school kids when it comes to sports, specifically hockey and football in my area. So I tell people to bring your hand to your head and not your head to your hand. So stop looking down at stuff. So when kids are on their phones, don't look down at it, bring things up. And so that could also help the postural situations. Like our parents said, stop slouching, stop looking down. So when you're using your cell phone, you're using your phone, you're using drinking water, whatever you're doing, be conscious of always elevating and bringing up, because it plays a detrimental part, and not just the muscular components you feel, but also internal when it comes to lung capacity and heart function, and all internal organ dysfunctions are also correlated with poor posture. And that's evaluations that are clinical research, and we're seeing that as well. So really simple tips so we can educate our people, patients and kids, is stop looking down so much. It's a really simple change, but if people aren't aware of it, then how do they know? And when we're evaluating posture in a numerical evaluation by looking at how much extra pressure and stress is being placed on the muscular system, that's when people really get it, because you can't really see it, but when you analyze it and they see their own pictures and they see their own postures, the kids wake up and say, wow, I look like I'm a hunchback. I'm like, yeah, look what happens if you fix it. So I kind of use objective analysis. Don't believe what I say, believe what I show you. And when I show them their x-rays, I show them their postural analysis, the parents are in shock, the kids are in shock. So it kind of gets into the head a bit more as compared to me just telling them something. Because once again, who am I? I'm a doctor, right? So how much more do they care about that? Maybe not so much, but when they see themselves from the inside and the outside and what they look like now and what they will look like in the future, that really puts a major influence in wanting to change.
It's funny. The first time I talked to you, you were talking to me and you said the exact same thing. People don't know what they look like. And then that really stuck with me. So since the last time I've talked to you, I've just been like straightening my back, walking around. My wife's working on her posture. We're doing it with the kids as well. Why is it really important now that we have proper government studies done on not just the mental effects of screen use, but also the physical?
Because it's a chronic health problem in America and in Canada, all over the world, when it comes to pain. And if we can make a major influence for children to prevent them from going down that road, that has to be studied. I mean, we're looking at earlier on stage of degeneration, arthritis, disc herniations. I mean, these are things that as you get older, people are getting surgeries for, and the outcome measures are not very good. They're pretty terrible. So if older people are having that, and we can analyze kids these days and prevent them from ending up in the hospital with major surgeries and chronic problems and chronic health issues and pain, then it's our job as parents, as individuals, to make sure that those studies are being done. And there are already articles on structural spine pathology, postural pathology. It's being done, but it has to be brought to 2,000 doctors, but to a national standard. I mean, we have to evaluate this because we're suffering from chronic pain problems as adults, and now it's becoming a kid's problem. So it has to be done now.
I completely agree. So where can people find out more about what you're doing online?
My website, drrobtomahawk.com, Instagram, same thing, Dr. Rob Tomahawk. I write blogs. I have a TV show coming up, Dr. Rob Pain Detective. A great website is, idealspine.com is another place where you can go find research on spine pathology, to find a local chiropractor of 2,000 that specializes in that. And the unfortunate part is not enough of us. I mean, I'm the only doctor in Los Angeles of 6 million people that analyzes data and research and utilizes information to make corrections. And so unfortunately, it's not widely known about. But once again, I think it's our job, John, to make this more aware and more apparent that this needs to be fixed now. So I'm doing my job just like you are. And I'm just thankful that you've given me this opportunity.
Well, thank you. And thank you for all the work you're doing. Really appreciate it. Thanks for coming on, Dr. Rob. Go check him out online. And thanks again. I do feel that I took my time back from something that was stealing it from me. And you can too. I'm not saying you have to delete your apps. Just decide on where you want your attention to be focused. In the real world or in theirs. And really, who deserves it the most? So thanks everybody for watching. If you want to check the film, it's available on iTunes, Amazon, Google Play, and all other digital platforms. You can also learn more about the film, the Camera Act, and how you can take action and ask your representatives to support the legislation by visiting screenedoutfilm.com. And you can also find us on social at screenedoutfilm. Thank you very much.
What a fantastic panel right there. We're so, so greatly appreciative to those presenters there, all those folks who have spent years fighting on this issue and researching on this issue and are now taking the next step legislatively and pushing now our government to do more research on this important issue and make sure that our kids' health around the country and around the world is being protected. The filmmakers are partnering with, like you saw in the video, Congressman Jamie Raskin on the Camera Act. The Senate version is introduced by Senator Ed Markey from Massachusetts. And they have a petition, so I'm going to drop it in the chat right now on Facebook and YouTube, so please check that out. It's also on the screen right now, so change.org/p/Jamie-Raskin-pass-the-camera-act. It's a long URL. You got it. It's in the chat, so you can copy and paste it. Please go check it out. Please sign their petition. Please share it with your family and friends. Make sure that our government is doing everything they can to research this issue that's impacting kids and kids' health, and make sure that every single young person is being supported by our government in this regard. Yeah. So next up, we have a panel coming up at 3 o'clock Eastern. But first, I want to just go over our Juneteenth actions. Tomorrow, obviously, is June 19th, and Juneteenth, the anniversary of when slaves in Texas were finally told that they were freed, and a super important day, especially this year because of everything going on. And so we are partnering with the Movement for Black Lives on their Juneteenth action. So please check that out. Tomorrow, we'll be having, again, more panels on right here on this live stream. So please come back here, but then please also go support the Juneteenth actions in your area, online or in person, socially distanced. Please check them out. If you want to also support the Juneteenth actions, you can go to you can go to 619.com. That's the website from the Movement for Black Lives. That's 619 spelled out .com. Please go check that out. We are really wanting everyone to be supporting the Movement for Black Lives, fighting alongside them. So please go ahead and do that. Thank you so much for joining today. We are so excited to have you all with us. And we will be back in about 5 minutes to set up our next panel on children's healthcare at 6 o'clock Eastern, 3 o'clock Pacific. So please join us in just about 5 minutes. In the meantime, this gives you a great opportunity to go check out our podcast. So go on, while we're waiting, go on the streaming platform that you like best, Apple, Spotify, Amazon, Google, anything like that. And go check out our podcast, download an episode. Maybe you can listen to the first 5 minutes while we get this next panel set up. We are super excited for this next panel. We've got an awesome group that will be joining us. We have Dr. Abdul El Sayed, the former gubernatorial candidate and current CNN commentator, Dr. Mona Hanna-Attisha from Flint, Dr. Ned Ketyer from Southern Pennsylvania, and then 2 youth activists, Daphne Frias and Roxy Richner. So please come and join us in just a few minutes. Check out the podcast, and we will see you back here in 5 minutes. Thank you all. Hey everyone, welcome back. Hope you all had a chance to check out the Movement for Black Lives actions. If you're just joining us now, we are partnering with them on their Juneteenth actions tomorrow and throughout the weekend. So please go check that out and support those. You can check them out. The link's on the screen right now, 619.com. You can check out more on the Movement for Black Lives at m4bl.org. That's m4bl.org. So next up, we have a super exciting panel. I am really honored to have all of these amazing people with us today. Again, for those just joining, my name is Jonah Gottlieb. I'm the co-founder and executive director of the National Children's Campaign, and welcome to this last live panel of today for National Children's Week. We have one more panel after this, but this panel is specifically about children's healthcare, keeping in with our theme of today, healthcare and mental health among America's children. And so for an introduction to this panel, I'm going to throw things over to one of our amazing NCC youth organizers, Kevin. Kevin, welcome. Take it away, buddy.
Okay, thank you very much, Jonah, for welcoming me in this panel. So I just want to say thank you everyone who is watching, and you're welcome. So I'm going to do some introduction. So I am Kevin Mtai, and I am the organizer with the National Children Campaign. Every day we fight to make sure that every child is protected, represented, and prioritized by the government and by our community, especially now during the global pandemic. One of the most important ways we can do this is by working, improve, and expanding children's healthcare. Healthcare is a human right. No one should ever to go without medical care simply because they cannot afford it. Yet, for a million of people, this is not the reality. Among this group, many are children. It is absolutely unconscionable that a single child should ever have to go without adequate health care. There is a huge health outcome gap between children based on the economy and the racial status, Black, Brown, Indigenous, and low-income white community. Also, this population impacted by environmental injustice, which can make a huge difference in the health and in the development of children. Lastly, issues such as Black maternal mortality increase and the high suicidal rate in the indigenous community further exacerbate those problems. America also has not properly addressed the challenge of providing mental health service for every, regardless of age. When the health needs of a child are unfulfilled, they fall behind their peers in many ways that last into adulthood. Our elected leader must invest in the resources to ensure every child has access to the health care. On this panel, we will be hear from those leading the fight and how you can help them make a difference. Thank you very much. Jonah, take over.
Thanks, Kevin. Kevin is just one example of the amazing National Children's Campaign team who have worked so hard these past few months and especially past few weeks on this panel and on all of these panels. So thank you, Kevin. Thank you all for joining us. And so now we are going to turn it over to our amazing panel. I'm going to just pop them all on the screen really quick, and then we'll go through introductions. We are so grateful to have all of them with us today. So please give them a warm virtual welcome in the comments section. So if you all want to unmute yourselves, Dr. Abdul, if you want to turn on your screen. We are so grateful to be joined today for this panel on children's healthcare by so many great folks. We have Dr. Mona Hanna-Attisha, pediatrician, professor, public health advocate, and author from Flint, Michigan. We have Roxy Richner, a youth organizer from Ann Arbor, Michigan, and a rising freshman at the Michigan State University. Daphne, a youth activist and a student at the Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine and Johns Hopkins University Bloomberg School of Public Health. We have Dr. Ned Ketyer, a pediatrician with the SWPA Environmental Health Project. And last but certainly not least, Dr. Abdul El Said, physician, epidemiologist, public health expert, author, CNN contributor, progressive activist, chair at Southpaw, Michigan, podcast host. I can just keep going. The entire panel is me just listing things. But yeah, so please welcome all of our amazing panelists. We're so grateful to have them all with us today. So first of all, I would just like to talk about kind of the plight of and underinsured children in the United States. So we are at a good starting place in that 95% of children in the United States have healthcare. However, compared to the rest of the world, obviously, that is, not very good. And especially considering that it is, as Kevin said, completely inconscientical that even one child should ever go without the healthcare that they need. And so I'd love to, first throw it over to Daphne. How about we start with you? Kind of your work on healthcare and how, you've seen children with and without health insurance get the support and coverage that they need.
Yeah, so just to give a background of where I come into this conversation, I've been a youth activist now for about 3 years, but I've really been a healthcare and public health scholar for all my life. I am disabled. I was born with cerebral palsy. I use a wheelchair to get around. I like to say that I zoom around life one change at a time. So for me, as I've taken the time to work in healthcare facilities and hospitals, primarily in communities that I'm a part of, minority, Black, and Brown communities, I've seen how specifically our emergency rooms are constantly flooded with individuals who don't have healthcare, and they use emergency rooms as triage centers, as first points of contacts for their healthcare needs because they don't have the ability to go to a primary care physician. And that consistently leaves our emergency rooms overcrowded and overstimulated because they are trying to serve the needs of those communities. And for me, it's also sort of dismantling the stigma amongst minority communities that the healthcare system does care about them and does want to work for them. So even in my families, there was decades that I was growing up where my grandparents would maybe go to the doctor every 5 years and would constantly ignore, pressing health concerns because they didn't feel like the healthcare system was going to listen to them or provide translators or provide the assistance they needed to be able to have a good visit. And that's a huge reason why I'm going into this field. It reminds me of a time where I was doing one of my first internships, and my patient was an elderly Hispanic man, and he was getting ready for a procedure. And that day happened to be a time where our translator had a family emergency, and she wasn't available on our team that day, and no one else on the healthcare team was able to speak Spanish and translate for our patient, and no one else seemed to notice the concern that our patient had about feeling unprepared for his procedure. And even though I felt the least qualified in that room to be able to help him, I knew that I didn't feel comfortable with him going into this procedure unprepared. So I approached him and I asked him, sir, would you feel comfortable in me translating, the procedure steps for you? And I immediately saw like the calmness come over his face. And it was that moment that really made me understand that, one, this is the work that I need to be doing, but two, there's so many communities that are consistently being underserved by our healthcare system. And there's so many things that need to be fixed. And then in terms of our children, especially on coming together on a day where the DACA ruling happened, And now we know that DACA individuals are here to stay and are safe. But there's so many members of those communities, so many young people who don't feel like the healthcare system can be one that they can count on and one that they can find support in. So there's so many things to be done in terms of minority communities so that the healthcare system can meet them where they're at and help them feel safe.
I am muted. Sorry, guys. Thanks, Daphne. I think that is really well put, especially I think overcoming that barrier is the number one thing that we have to do. And, you know, it's a long battle, and obviously you all have been fighting this for much longer than I have, but building that trust, I think is so important. Dr. Abdul, maybe you could talk a little bit about how in your past work, running Detroit's public health system, and now with the work that you do, how has, building that trust in minority communities, but then also fighting for un- and underinsured children come into play?
Yeah, and thank you for having patience with me with my my AV difficulties. I'm glad that everything's working, and just really appreciated the past comments and the opportunity to find a moment for community with friends, mentors, and peers alike. So, when I was working in Detroit at the health department, what a policy or a program would mean for children, in particular the youngest children in Detroit, is actually how we framed and made decisions. We would always ask just a really basic, simple question. How is this going to affect the life of a 2-year-old, a 3-year-old, a 10-year-old who is growing up in the city of Detroit? Is this going to improve the quality of the air that they breathe? Is this going to give them better access to transit to get to school? Is this going to make their school buildings a safer place in which to learn? Is this going to empower them to be able to see the board? Is this going to make sure that their parents have health care, or their grandparents, who are often caretakers? Is this going to mean that they have health care? Or is this going to mean that they find themselves on the wrong side of inequity and on the wrong side of public policy? And that came into play, frankly, in terms of the way we framed the thesis of our department. Our goal was to leverage health to disrupt intergenerational poverty. We know that the relationship between poverty and health tends to be a bit of a flywheel, right? And if it gets spinning in the wrong way, they drive each other in the wrong way. And if it gets spinning in the right way, you actually have a real opportunity to use one against the other to address them both. And that left us really focused on 7 outcomes, most of which were focused on kids. We wanted to address prematurity and infant mortality. We wanted to take on lack of access to vision. We wanted to take on asthma. We wanted to take on lead poisoning. We wanted to take on the school space with respect to the way that it became a nidus for either good health or negative health. And in fact, we knew that there was really bad social isolation among seniors. And so one of the ways that we wanted to address that was to get them connected to young people because it's one of the most important relationships you can have. And so it really framed everything that we did. Now in my work more on the policy and advocacy space, I asked the same question. It really hasn't changed. And I still ask the same question about the same group of kids in Detroit. Is the policy that I'm pushing going to empower a young person to have the best, most dignified life that they can? Or is this going to introduce a broader set of hurdles in their way? And I think if our politics and our policymakers and our culture makers ask those questions about everything they did, we probably would have a more just, equitable, and sustainable world.
I think that's really well put, and it really goes to show the impact that elected officials who actually think about kids and prioritize kids can have on a community and can have on a system. Because when we have folks in these positions of power who are actively helping these communities because they're from the communities they serve, then it means that the entire community is represented and fought for. And so, Roxy, I know that right now you are working on a progressive campaign and have been big in the past fighting for candidates and fighting for policies that would give more children healthcare and would improve our healthcare system. Can you just talk a little bit about some of these policy solutions and kind of what the government can and should be doing to fight for kids' healthcare?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much. So yeah, most of the work I do, I would say, are in two different lanes. So like you said, there's the policy lane, and then also I do a lot of work with the Adolescent Health Initiative, where we kind of help medical professionals understand diverse youth perspectives. And so those two things kind of go hand in hand, right? But on the policy side, I mean, obviously, I'm going to say Medicare for all. The need for universal health, we see it more clearly now than ever before. I mean, we're in the midst of a global pandemic, and there are folks who don't have access to healthcare and have had generations without access to healthcare, Black Americans specifically. And so then you see this translating into a disproportionate impact on those folks who have that disproportionate lack of healthcare access. So it's kind of, it's cyclical. And all those inequities are just blasted open within the healthcare space. And we're faced with a pandemic like this, or something like I'm sure Mona will talk about, the Flint water crisis, right? So in terms of what the government can and should be doing, like Abdul said, it's about centering the communities that need it most. It's about thinking about the individual people and communities that policy impacts, and having the people close to be making the policy. And I think that policy looks like Medicare for all. It looks like paid sick leave. It looks like the government taking responsibility for their citizens and recognizing that healthcare is in fact a human right. And without the baseline of health, there's no way to have a dignified life. And so, yeah, it's just fighting for those things, fighting for healthcare access, and then also fighting within the healthcare system to make that space more equitable as well.
I think that's really great. And first of all, thank you for doing that work. And that ties in perfectly then to my next question for Dr. Mona. Obviously, you're from a community, and we've talked about this on our earlier panel earlier this week on children's environmental health. So here's my plug for the last week's panels. If y'all haven't seen those, go check them out. They're archived on YouTube and Facebook. That one was on Monday. But so we talked on that last panel about your community in Flint and how the systems that we're seeing protested right now in the wake of the murder of George Floyd are the same systems that have been abusing and oppressing your community in Flint and communities around America and around the world for the past 400 years. So I'm wondering if you could just speak a little bit to that and how you've seen environmental and medical racism and racism within these policies and what impact that's had on your community, especially the kids in your community.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Jonah. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you to all the young people. You guys absolutely are amazing and inspiring and give me so much hope. So thank you for letting me be a part of this session and the previous session on environmental issues. So I am a pediatrician in Flint, a public health pediatrician. So that means I get the awesome job of taking care of individual children, but I also get to take a step back and see what's happening to the population of children. I often say that sometimes in medicine, when we're really immersed in healthcare, we forget about health. And I want to reiterate that there's a really big difference between healthcare and health. Yeah, it's really important that all kids have healthcare and have access to doctors and specialists and mental health care. But right now, as it's designed, it's very much a system to take care of sicknesses. It's not a system that's meant to keep people healthy and keep them out of, for example, hospitals. I think we also have to very much define what we mean by health versus healthcare. We spend a lot of money on healthcare. For example, when people are really sick and go to the ER and get admitted and need to be in our ICUs and ventilators and fancy drugs, but we don't spend that much money on preventing them from getting into those situations to start with. And I think that's a fundamental thing that we've realized through this pandemic, through this, the Black Lives Matter movement, and also one of the many lessons that we learned in Flint. So just kind of quickly sharing kind of what happened in Flint. So pediatrician in Flint, taking care of children. And as a pediatrician, like I literally took an oath to make sure like our kids are healthy and safe and have a positive future. And I found out, that there was lead in our water. And as Abdul mentioned, lead is a bad thing. It's a form of environmental racism. It impacts children's cognition, behavior, really their life course trajectory. There's already pre-existing disparities on who gets exposed to lead. Flint kids already had higher rates, just like kids in Detroit and Chicago and Philadelphia and Baltimore, and the list goes on. And here was lead now in our drinking water. So we talk about healthcare as a fundamental right or public good. I also, before all this, assumed that so was water. Like, who didn't think that in America, like the richest country in the history of the world, when you turn on your tap, you expect to get clean water. But that was not the case. Our water was literally poisoned with a neurotoxin that had no safe level. And it was poisoning a population of predominantly poor and minority kids that really already had so many other toxicities of life. 70% child poverty rate, no full service grocery stores, high violent crime, historic systemic racism, segregation, crumbling, like the list goes on and on of how our city had been neglected and abandoned for really generations. So, Flint is very much kind of the story of this crime that happened, an environmental injustice, a health injustice. But it's also this amazing story of how people said, hey, we're not okay with that. And they stood up on behalf of children. And it was this really weird, unexpected team because it was doctors who stepped out of their clinics, and doctors are usually so cozy in their ivory towers and hospitals and clinics and classrooms, and they don't often step into communities. But doctors got out of those, comfy spaces and worked with moms and dads and pastors and activists and journalists and scientists, and came together to demand better on behalf of our children. And since then, we've been really trying to build kind of this model of hope, but also to try to put a spotlight that the story of Flint is not that crazy story that happened a few years ago where people had brown water. It's really a story that is happening throughout our country. Black, brown, white, rural, urban. There are children that continue to wake up throughout this country to the same nightmare as our Flint kids, be it the nightmare of, environmental contamination or, inadequate health care access or, significant social determinants of health, lost democracy, stolen opportunities, places where their zip codes play a greater role in their outcomes. So the beauty of our story, or a silver lining of our story, is that we've been able to elevate some of these issues and hopefully create greater change. And what we've been forcing our policymakers at the local, state, and national level is to do just exactly what Daphne talked about, to really try to look at the life course of our children. I don't know if it was Daphne or Jonah, somebody mentioned it, in terms of kind of policy making, and looking at maybe the role of child impact statements, like, hey, if you're building if you're changing your water source, or if you're building a pipe, or you're giving a permit to something, or building a school or whatever, what does this mean for children? And what does it mean, not just what does it mean for children, a couple of years, but what does it mean for the life course of that child? Because we now know, incredible science has taught us now, that really what happens to our youngest kids, adversities, especially in the early childhood period, can really, follow with them really for their entire life. And how do we prevent those adversities and look at the life course of a child? So trying to translate a lot of our lessons that we learned in Flint, be it health injustice, racial injustice, environmental injustice issues, to some broader lessons throughout kind of our greater society.
Thank you. That is super well put, and I think really concisely, sums up what we need, and that is child impact statements on everything we do. Whether you're casting a vote, whether you're choosing to go to a protest, whether you're a lawmaker, introducing a new bill, how is that going to impact kids? And that is the bottom line, and I think every decision that we're making. So speaking of, this kind of environmental justice, and physicians stepping out of the clinic and, taking action, Dr. Ned, we are so grateful to have you here. You are a pediatrician in a community, where there's a ton of fracking, a ton of drilling. How have you seen that impacting the health of kids in your community?
Thank you, Jonah. I'm really grateful to be here with everybody on this esteemed panel. I'm a pediatrician, as you said. I'm retired now from clinical practice. Daphne, I'm also a disabled American. I acquired my disability a little bit later in life, but I found some other things to do. As I said, I'm a retired pediatrician. I'm a member of the American Academy of Pediatrics Council on Environmental Health. I'm a consultant for Environmental Health Project, which is a nonprofit organization here in Southwest Pennsylvania that helps communities and helps individuals deal with the emissions, with the pollution from the fracking industry. I'm also a board member of Physicians for Social Responsibility Pennsylvania, and I'm a climate reality project leader trained here in Pittsburgh. I live in Washington County, which is the most highly fracked county in Southwest Pennsylvania. It's part of the Marcellus Shale. In addition to methane, it has a high amount of ethane, which is used to make single-use plastics, which is one thing that this planet doesn't need any more of. So I get to wear a lot of different hats. When I retired, I knew some people who were working hard on these issues, these environmental and public health issues, and very much pediatric health issues. And they said that they would keep me busy after I retired, and I haven't been disappointed. So by wearing all these hats, contributing to different organizations, it's allowed me to educate health providers and others about the connection between fracking and our region's long history of air pollution. The legacy pollution problems of the Pittsburgh area are quite extensive. Also connecting the dots between global plastic and petrochemical pollution and the climate crisis and their impacts on children's health and well-being. So these are the issues that I've been working with, and it's clear that people who are most affected by fracking, by petrochemical development, tend to be poor. They tend to be people with chronic medical problems, the elderly, and certainly children and infants and pregnant women actually bear the brunt of the pollution that they face here in the gas patch. Pregnancies are impacted, pregnancy outcomes are worse when mothers are exposed to this type of pollution that come from fracking and from petrochemical development. Babies are born early, they're born small, and they're born sometimes with birth defects. Infants and children are impacted by the chemicals they're exposed to here in the gas patch. Some of these chemicals are endocrine disrupting chemicals, which have a profound impact on the growth and development of infants and children and on their brain development, which can affect cognition. And these all have consequences throughout the child's life as they enter adulthood even. Some of these chemicals that kids are being exposed to by fracking and by plastic production affects their general health, causes inflammation, chronic inflammation, can cause problems with their immune systems, and can cause cancer. Here in Southwest Pennsylvania, we have a little bit of a childhood cancer crisis. In a period of 10 years when fracking was going nuts between 2008 and 2018, 27 children were diagnosed in a 4-county area here in Southwest Pennsylvania that's highly fracked. 27 children were diagnosed with Ewing sarcoma, which is a very rare and often deadly bone cancer of children. In addition, there were 40 other cases of other rare cancers in children, teenagers, and young adults, for a total of 67 rare and very unusual cancers in this highly fracked area. And parents and physicians like myself are really concerned, even though there's a history of other pollution sources here, we're very concerned that during this period of high fracking activity, that somehow there's a relationship. So So we are working, trying to uncover the cause of so many devastating cancers. In an area of this size and of this population, we really wouldn't expect so many rare cancers in children, teenagers, and young adults. So those are the things that keep me busy here in the Pittsburgh area. Unfortunately, they keep me up at night, and they keep a lot of parents up at night too.
I think the difference between, I think, these amazing folks on the panel and a lot of folks at home is that the things that keep you up at night are also the things that get you out of bed in the morning. And so I am just endlessly grateful for all of you for your activism and for your work on this. You'll notice that at the beginning I had those huge graphics that were just taking up like half the screen. So I ended up getting rid of those just because of how much work you all have done. All your different titles and stuff like that is just really incredible. And so we really thank you for being on. And so especially now in the midst of a global pandemic, the fight for making sure that everyone has healthcare and is being cared for, and as Dr. Mona said, has their health being cared for, not just their health care. Our challenge has gotten a lot steeper in the midst of this pandemic. So Daphne, how have you been impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic? How has that impacted you, your family, your community, and your work?
Yeah, so I'm coming to you, what's today's date? I'm coming to you 69 days out of recovering from COVID-19. Thanks, Jonah. I got diagnosed March 15th of this year, and I had a 31-day long battle with the virus, including having to be separated from my family for 2 weeks to keep them safe. And it was an incredibly hard journey. And obviously, given my background, I already knew that I was part of the high-risk population for this virus. So as the numbers started to spike across the country, in California, I knew that New York being a global hub, it was just a matter of time before this virus would hit deeply and impact us greatly. So I was already sort of doing my own soft quarantine, really only going out for essentials. And as we discovered through the contact tracing and working with the CDC, I ended up contracting the virus through air conditioning at a restaurant that I went to for 1 hour. And I think I share that because as we're going through a time where our country is deciding that this virus is over, there's so many different variables and different ways that you can contract this virus without even knowing. And it makes me incredibly concerned that in New York, the city with the biggest curve, is now starting to be very lenient about our social distancing measures. And as we talk about the second wave, I think it's important to have people realize that we're still only in our first wave. The second wave is not anywhere yet. So for me, this journey has been very emotional. My body's still recovering every day. I'm still feeling incredibly lethargic at times, dealing with respiratory issues that have resulted as side effects. But I think the most poignant part of the story that I want to share that relates to this panel is how I got tested. And so being that I'm disabled, I have a really acute understanding of my body, symptoms, aches and pains, just the whole ordeal of what it means to be disabled. And that has led me to be really in tune with how I'm feeling. So a couple days after I had gone out to eat at that restaurant I mentioned, I started feeling chest tightness, lethargy. I had developed a dry cough. I hadn't had a fever yet, but as these symptoms persisted, I had the inclination that this was definitely something more than just bronchitis or pneumonia that I had been susceptible to in the past. So I went to my local urgent care facility, which is about 5-minute walk away from me, and they were doing screenings at that time for the test because we were still in a testing shortage. So I went with the triage nurse, and she did the screening with me. And being that I was part of the sort of high risk community, I thought I would have definitely met the criteria to get tested that day, but I didn't, and I was denied that test. And I went home. I live with my sister, and I live with my mother, who has chronic heart disease and hypertension, which also makes her high risk for this virus. So I knew that I could potentially be walking around with this virus in me, and I had no way to know whether we should begin quarantining, whether I should separate from my family, really what to do at all. And the only reason I was able to get tested for this virus is because of my political connections through activism. And I made a phone call because I was incredibly concerned about my health, but also the health of my family. And I contacted a liaison at the governor's office, and I asked them, like, hey, this is what I'm feeling. This is the situation. I've been denied for this test. I understand that there is a shortage, but I've taken every precaution, and I've waited to the last possible minute to try to acquire this test because I know there's many individuals who need this test. So me going out, I tried to sort of check as many boxes as I could. And I made that phone call, and the next day I was able to get a test. But every single time I recount the story, I think about the thousands of individuals who don't have those connections, who don't have anybody to pick up the phone call and say, hey, can you help me? And that is absolutely unacceptable. I live in Harlem, New York, a community made of majority Black and brown individuals who we have seen have been hit hardest by this virus. And I was seeing PPE distribution centers being put up all around the city in the white affluent communities, but in minority Black and brown communities, there was no mass distribution site for about 2 miles. And in the midst of me recovering and having COVID, I was making phone calls to our local elected officials and saying, why is this happening? Why aren't you prioritizing the lives of Black and brown individuals? In the 10-block radius of my community alone, there are 4 public housing projects. And none of those public housing centers had PPE distribution available to them. And the one testing site that we had in our neighborhood had waiting lines up to 4 hours long. And what this pandemic has showed me is that the amount of inequity that we think is in the healthcare system is so much greater than what we actually perceive it to be. And I felt like I couldn't even properly focus on recovering and dealing with the ordeal of the virus because I was so incredibly concerned about the rest of my community. After 2 weeks of dealing with the virus, I had contracted a bacterial infection of pneumonia on top of COVID-19. So after those 2 weeks is when I decided to separate from my family and check into a hotel. And within those 2 weeks, between the long naps to recover, every single time I was waking up, I was making phone calls, I was getting PPE distributed in my community. And this is something that shouldn't have to have been done. I should have had to just focus on recovering from this incredibly hard virus. And I think about, what if I wasn't making those phone calls? And what if I wasn't holding someone accountable? What would have happened? And it just makes me so incredibly frustrated that it takes a global pandemic to raise awareness to the injustices that our minority communities are facing. And I think sort of the silver lining of this is that I've seen community members take their anger and turn it into action and have been holding our elected officials more accountable. So I hope that they take that action and continue using it as momentum to keep pushing and fighting for change. But again, this is something that no one should have to be doing when they're undergoing recovery from this virus or from any ailment for that matter. So I share this story in hopes that it brings perspective that one, young people are not less susceptible to this virus. I think that that's a misconception that's been going around a lot, and we've seen as statistics and numbers have shown that young people are actually being hit a lot harder by this virus than we first anticipated. So just please be cautious. Please continue following social distancing orders. I know it's like a broken record for many of us, but it really does matter. And herd immunity and community immunity is incredibly important. And people like myself really depend on those around us to stay safe and to stay healthy. So this fight is nowhere near over. It's just getting started.
Thanks, Daphne. For me, right when kind of everything was getting started and the virus was just, really getting huge in the United States, the videos that I saw on Twitter of like white communities in New York just kind of frolicking around in the park, and then people getting beaten up by police on the train for not wearing masks, and just seeing that side by side was just infuriating. And I think that, seeing, that police brutality, obviously in this moment that we're living in right now, hits, even harder. And so for those who are on the streets right now, those who have made that decision to be out there protesting this police brutality, maybe we'll start with you first, Dr. Abdul. How can people keep themselves safe even as they're protesting these injustices?
Absolutely. I appreciate the care you showed to frame that question, because oftentimes when I hear this talked about, I hear the implicit pitting of the protests against public health. And here's the thing. Racism kills 83,000 Americans every single year. The protests are a public health intervention, and we have to understand that. And oftentimes, many of the same people who ask us why people are protesting actually have their hands on the levers of power and could be doing something to abrogate the need to protest in the first place. Nobody wants to be out there protesting. We all want Black lives to actually matter in our society and would love to be able to stay home and have that, but that's not the case. And so folks going out there right now are doing so because they recognize that the public health of a group of citizens in our communities who have been systematically marginalized and oppressed for 400 years has to finally matter, and it has to be baked into every aspect of what we do. Now, the question that you actually asked me is, what do we do to keep ourselves safe at the protests? And I want to say that protesting is not without risk, and especially in the context of a pandemic. Couple things to make sure you do. Number one, wear a mask. It's one of the best things that you can do for yourself, one of the best things you can do with others. Number two, carry some hand sanitizer in your backpack and use it regularly. Number three, if you can avoid yelling and instead maybe bring a drum or a sign, that's better, because we know that the transmission happens in respiratory droplets, and when you scream, right, when you yell, more of that virus and those droplets, they're bigger and they stay in the air longer. And then stay in a little group, right? So instead of walking around the entire protest, try and come with a group and stay in that little group. And where you can stay socially distanced, to do so. The other part of that, though, is also, the authorities have a part to play in this. When we saw police attacking protesters with tear gas, all that does is force people to rip off their masks, start coughing literally into the air. When you detain protesters and you cuff them and you put them into a little van for hours, that's not good for the spread of COVID-19 either. And so public policy also has to play a role here. But here's the last thing I'll say. Like I said, protesting is not without hazard or risk. That being said, we know that the protest kicked off on the Tuesday after Memorial Day, and we know that that it has now been about 26 days, 25 days since the protests started, and the peak protests happened on the weekend after the murder of George Floyd. So that was about 17, 18 days ago. The incubation period, which is a fancy term for saying how long it takes between when you're exposed to the virus and when you start showing symptoms of the virus, it is as long as 14 days, but on average 5 days. So that means we have seen about 4 incubation periods, average incubation periods, since the protest started, which suggests to me that actually the protests aren't as hazardous as we thought they were. And some of the reasons why are because they're outside and it's hot, and we know that the virus and those droplets don't survive as long in hot, humid weather. Two, that people were pretty conscientious. They were wearing masks. And then three, that the protests were mobile. People were walking, right? And so it's not like you were just sitting there in one place that was enclosed with no wind and no heat and no humidity bombarding the protests. That being said, it remains hazardous to potentially do this without taking precautions to protect yourself. Nevertheless, it is absolutely critical that we fight for justice until we get it. And so I push back hard on people who say that somehow these protests are not in the best interest of public health, because it implicitly says that the lives that we are protesting to protect are less valuable than the lives that are lost to COVID-19, despite the fact that a disproportionate number of the lives lost to COVID-19 are Black lives. It accentuates why we protest, because if implicitly you're saying that Black lives are not as important, all we're saying at the protest is that Black lives matter, right? And so we've got to go out there and do so safely.
Thank you. Daphne, I saw on Twitter you posted a couple weeks ago about your decision not to go to the protest for your health. And so I'm wondering if you'd be able to share some tips and share some ways for people who are choosing not to go to the protests, how they can still be involved and support the work that the protesters are doing out there.
Yeah, thank you so much for asking this question, because I believe it's a question that's not being circulated enough. And I just like to preface by saying it has been literally one of the most difficult decisions I've ever had to make by not going out and supporting in coalition, in family, in solidarity with everyone who is seeking justice at this moment. But again, we are in a revolution in the midst of a pandemic, and I think this is also a uniquely American problem that we could ever have to weigh those two options together, right? But for the sake of my own health and the sake of my family's health, I've had to choose to stay home. But that does not mean that justice ends or justice stops just because you're home. For me, I've been incredibly cognizant of the campaigns, bail funds, donations, things that I've been supporting. I think we're also I think we have to be cognizant that for those of us with disabilities on the cognizant front, and there also can be a sensory overload, and it can be hard to navigate what sources are most needed, what sources are valid, and how can we navigate all of those links, all of those bail funds, all of those resources that are being put out there. So I think for those of us who've, sort of crafted links on our social media that list several campaigns, be cognizant about those campaigns that you're putting on those lists. Make sure that they're targeted, make sure that they're actually supporting communities that need them. And then when you start having campaigns that have reached the maximum amount of support they need, take those off and put other community organizations that maybe haven't received as much attention, so we can continue the cycle of most effective approach. And then something that I did in about a week so now, I was seeing this renaissance of infographics and images being put all over social media that have been sort of serving as protest guides, how to stay safe from tear gas, how to attend protests when protests are happening. And all of those resources guides are incredibly important and great, but they're not being made in accessible manners for those of us who are colorblind, those of us who need easy read formats to digest information. So I made a guide on my social media that detailed how to do so for those of us who are able-bodied and maybe are not as cognizant of those individual accommodations. So I really urge all of you who are listening today to check out that guide. If you're reposting sources, if you're posting in primary sources yourself, try to make sure as much as possible to make it accessible for everyone. Those of us in the disability community have consistently been at the forefront of change making, but have often been left out of those important conversations. And just because we have different abilities doesn't mean that our voices and our role in justice seeking and justice making isn't any less important than everyone else. And that being said, I've also developed something I did in my community is I created a telephone chain using that old game that we all know from childhood. So I create a script every single day about maybe 4 or 5 sentences long of the most important pertinent information that's been circulated today, whether related to COVID-19 or related to the protests, a little bit mix of both. And I provide them in English and Spanish, the 2 main languages that I've spoken with in my community. And I will call someone, right? I'll call a neighbor, and that person already has a designated neighbor that they'll continue calling. And that cycle will go on so that by the time we reach the end of the chain, every single member in the community has been adequately updated in a timely manner to receive the most important information, whether it be where food is being distributed, where PPE is being distributed, the protests that are happening in the community. That script is also being provided with the screening to help people understand how to stay safe in the protests, much like to what Dr. Abdul said. And those services are also provided with TTY accommodation. So those of us in the deaf and hard of hearing communities can also pick up the phone and make those phone calls. So there's so many ways to still be a part of this history making and justice making. And I think the message that I want to drive home is just because you can't occupy physical space doesn't mean your verbal space, the power of your fingers, the power of your body, and the power of your voice doesn't matter. So please still find ways to be part of this movement. We need you, and we value your voice. And I'm so excited to find different ways that we can all be a part of this movement.
Thank you, Daphne. I think National Children's Campaign posted your graphic, but we will repost it again so everyone can check that out. But everyone go follow Daphne, follow all our amazing panelists. For actions also specific to tomorrow and this weekend for Juneteenth, a really great organization and a coalition of groups that we've been working with the National Children's Campaign is the Movement for Black Lives. So please go support their actions tomorrow and throughout the weekend. You can find their information. We'll pop up their graphic on the screen at the end of this panel too, but m4bl.org, m4bl.org. So if people want to start asking questions in the comments as we near the end of this panel, I have one more question, so we can answer that as you all get your comments in. And it's for everyone. Maybe we can just go down the line. It's a 2-parter. What steps can people take to support your work, and why do you do this work? Ned, why don't we start with you?
What can people do? Well, people can keep talking. People can keep listening. People like my generation, I'm a little bit older, could maybe start by looking in the mirror. I think that would help. But, you know, National Children's Campaign is a youth-led organization. And it's all about the young voices. I think Dr. Mona said that we, as adults, are our children's voices. And that's true, but you know what? Kids have their own voices. Young people have their own voices, and we need to hear it. You're smart, so keep learning. That will help us. Stay curious. That will help us. Embrace science, but also music and the arts. Find your voice. Tell your stories. Keep speaking up for what's right. Teach others what you've learned. As a pediatrician, I will tell you to stay healthy, eat healthy, stay active, and be positive. Ask for help when you need help, and give people help when they ask for it too. Finally, I would just finish by saying, stay safe and stay healthy. Wash your hands, wear a mask, keep your distance. Your communities, your nation, your planet needs you. All of you young people, we need you, and we need you now. This is all hands on deck, and we're really in a spot here, and we need everybody ready to work.
Thanks, Doctor. Roxy, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think Dr. Ned pretty much hit all of the good points there. But yeah, I would say always continue to learn and listen and have those hard conversations that matter so much. And yeah, just always stay learning, always stay, for adult allies especially, talk to kids and hear what's happening in their lives. When you're an ally to any community that you're outside of, those conversations are so important. So continuing to do that and continuing to fight for justice in whatever way that you can, whether it's in the streets, whether it's by creating resources for others. Every action, every type of action is so incredibly important, and we need all those different types of actions in order to make the movement go forward as a whole. So keep on at it, and thank you so much for having me on this panel, Jonah.
Thanks,
really
Roxy.
great.
Dr. Mona?
I'm going to answer the why, like, why am I doing this? Why are we doing this? And it's all about the constant grounding in kids. Kids. That's why I wake up in the morning. That's why I do the work I do. That's why I stay up late. It's the kids. And I'm going to share a quick story. So yesterday I was in clinic, pediatrician, taking care of kids. And it was an unbelievable affirmation of the why. So a 4-year-old boy, gorgeous little boy, came into clinic and he was chatty. He came in with a rash under his armpit. And I was asking him about his rash, and he was telling me all his theories why he had his rash. And I was talking to the mom, and the rash was fine. It had already gone away by the time he had come into clinic. We did some reassurance, and then I was about to leave, and I asked the little kid, I'm like, do you have any other questions for me? And he looks at me very seriously, and he's like, where do carrots come from? And I'm like, oh my God, like, this kid is amazing. Like, he's so curious and he's so smart, and he has the entire world ahead of him. And it reaffirmed the why. Like, I do this work for him so that he can grow up and achieve every single dream possible. So keep grounding yourself, find your passion, find your why. It doesn't have to be kids for everybody, but it really should be. Like I mentioned earlier, and Ned and I, we took an oath literally to take care of our children, but implicit in my story, and really the story of what's happening in our nation right now, is that all of us implicitly have taken an oath to care for children and to stand up and to fight for them, and to fight for their futures. And then I hope in this kind of moment that we're in, this moment that's created this movement, this absolute revolution that Daphne has said, we will finally create a place where our children will have, every opportunity to them that are, not related to color of skin or, state of birth or country of origin or zip code or school district or drinking water source. So hopefully we can finally build that place for all of our children. And that is the why, and that is always the why for me. And I pinch myself every morning that is my why.
Thank you. My quick plug for tomorrow, we actually have a panel called Finding Your Why. And so if everyone wants to tune in tomorrow from 2 o'clock to 6 o'clock Eastern on our Facebook and YouTube, right where you're watching this right now, please tune in. We're focusing on Juneteenth, voting, civic engagement, and youth activists. We've got 4 great hours of panels. And so please come back. We'll finish up Dr. Abdul and then Daphne.
The only thing I can add is, look, that why to me is quite clear insofar as I have a 2-year-old who I get to see every day when I wake up, and I think about the world that we are leaving behind for her. I'm in this odd circumstance where I'm not particularly old and I'm not particularly young, and it's forcing me to ask, how do I think about my role? And I think more than anything else, if we were all to see ourselves as connectors between generations, taking the wisdom of our elders and transmitting them into the natural buoyancy and fearlessness and courage and happiness of our young, I think we'd be doing a good job. And I hope that that's what I get to do. And then the last point I'll just say is that this is a moment that you either see, it's a Rorschach test for yourself. Do you see optimism about a future that could be more just than this one? or do you see fear about a loss of what you used to know? And I hope that as folks think about the natural buoyancy and optimism of young people, they always choose to see the hope, because that's what they're going to create. And I hope that you guys and the organizers here, Daphne and Dr. Mona and Dr. Ned, that's the work that you all do. So really grateful to have community with you today and be able to share and, more importantly, learn.
Thank you. Daphne?
First, I just want to say I'm just so incredibly honored to be here with all of you today. I'm just coming off a 7-hour study session of anatomy for my final. I'm in the honors program, so we have a summer intensive. My final is coming up in 3 days. So I needed this conversation to just get my brain back in good spirits. But that being said, why I do this work? Because even though I represent a minority community, I have incredible privilege to be a scholar of medicine, to be a scholar of public health. Those are historically positions that people and my ancestors have never ever had before. So I understand that as I continue climbing the educational ladder, that I also gain levels of privilege, and it is my duty as being wholly accountable to my community that I share those resources and that knowledge that I'm being given, that I break down those systematic educational gatekeeping that's happening within our country. In terms of ways that you can support my work, listen to Gen Z, listen to your young people. I always say that I have the most amazing privilege of being part of the best generation, and I think the work that we're doing consistently and constantly lifts me up every single day, no matter how horrible the news cycle may look that night. In terms of specific actions, for the past week or so, I've been collecting protest essentials like water, like baking soda, like food, snacks, sunscreen, face masks, and I've been giving those out from my window at home because I'm not able to go outside right now. And I've been doing those locally just to make sure that I'm keeping a safe amount of people from interacting with myself and my family. But I'm accepting donations via my Instagram link and on my website. So if anyone would like to go and donate, so I can continue providing those protest essentials, that would be incredibly important. And I'd appreciate that so much. Our community needs your support, and we need you to stand by us. And then also, that being said, just giving a message to my Latinx community. We see you, we hear you. Your voice is so important. Again, on the heels of this DACA decision, you matter, and this country needs you. No matter how hard those forces against your presence are, you are stronger, you are more powerful, and our country is so much better for your presence. So please continue pushing, please continue fighting. I'm so proud to be your ally and your friend. In general, I try to make all my content in English and Spanish. My website's also available in both languages. So if I can provide any resource at all for the Latinx community, for anyone else, please feel free to use me as a resource. I consider myself a sponge to just absorb and listen with empathy and with compassion. So I'm just so grateful to be part of this community and to continue building coalition with all of you.
Thanks, Daphne. And so I'm getting all these notifications on my phone right now. Our social media team is retweeting stuff as we speak, so please go check that out. You can find all the resources that Daphne and all our panelists were talking about. Please go follow them. Please go support their work. Thank you all so much for being on here today. Roxy had to hop off a couple of minutes early. She's working on a campaign right now, fighting for healthcare for all children, and so she had to hop off, and we appreciate her for that. So thank you all so much for joining us. We really appreciate you. Have an amazing day, have an amazing evening, and keep up the fight.
Thank you. Bye, everybody. Good luck, Daphne.
Bye. Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So grateful to our panelists there. Kevin, I'm going to put you on the spot and put you back on the screen for a second. What did we think of that panel? Incredible, right?
Yeah, the panel was very incredible and very fine, and it was very encouraging for especially for the youth and for the children and upcoming people who want to be maybe in the field of medical or anything he's going to do, maybe with, for example, volunteering. It was very green messaging from different panelists, and most of them they are doctor. I've seen definitely she has explained her point very well. I think it was very productive. It was very productive interview. Yeah.
Definitely, I completely agree. I want to thank you, Kevin, again for helping put together that panel, doing all the research on the back end. Thank you to all our National Children's Campaign activists who have helped put on this week. We have one more panel coming up this evening, so we'll get that on in a second. And then tomorrow we have our 4 hours of content. We have folks like Reverend Yearwood, Jamie Margolin, Natalie Mebane, Rock the Vote, Tomorrow We Vote, all these great organizations talking about Juneteenth, talking about civic engagement, voting, how young people can take action. So stay tuned for that. We will have that all for you tomorrow at 2 o'clock Eastern on our National Children's Campaign Facebook and Instagram. We will leave you there. And with that, I give you our last panel called Brave Teens, surrounding the docuseries and all the great work from our friends over there at Principal Pictures. Thanks, everyone. I give you Brave Teens.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to this Youth Mental Health panel. It's part of the National Children's Campaign live stream for National Children's Week. I'm Beth Murphy, the founder of Principal Pictures. We are a media and impact company based in Boston. We do all different kinds of reporting and filming, from feature-length documentary films to news reports and podcasts, all with the goal of using media as an engine for social change. Today, we are collaborating with the wonderful nonprofit, This Is My Brave. And This Is My Brave's mission is to bring stories of mental illness into the spotlight by encouraging people to share their stories live on stage. And they're now involving teens more than ever in their efforts and in those conversations, in their shows and in lots of other opportunities all across this country. We're really excited to be a part of that effort and to have not only the organization represent today, but some of our teen storytellers who are participating in these media projects, as well as some mental health joining us. I'd love to get started just by asking the panelists to introduce themselves and tell us a little bit about what a conversation like this means to you.
So I'll start. I'm Jennifer Marshall. I'm the co-founder and executive director of This Is My Brave. And this is so important to me because as someone who lives with type 1 bipolar disorder, I have found the therapeutic value, the healing, the just the benefits of talking openly about mental health. And I want to see it happen across the world. So excited to have this conversation and to be here with you all.
I'm Aaliyah Green. I'm from Downtown, Pennsylvania. I'm part of the class of 2020, so I'm a graduating senior. I did the This Is My Brave 2019 Hershey show, and having a conversation like this means a lot to me because before I never really had a conversation like this or a platform to have it, since a lot of people do not like talking about mental health as much. But I'm happy to be part of a supportive and caring community that is very passionate about having a mission of ending the stigma.
I'm Joe Perry, and I'm 17. I'm class of 2021, so I'm going to be a senior. This is important to me because it gives me a platform to help, do my part in ending the stigma and getting the conversation rolling.
Hi, my name is Andrea Weaver. I am a licensed clinical mental health counseling associate in the state of North Carolina. I live in Charlotte, and I was also a cast member in the 2018 This Is My Brave show held in Charlotte. I think this is important to me because I've seen the benefit, for myself, being able to tell my own story, and I've also just seen the benefits in my clients when they are able to be open and get support and have that open conversation with their families and their friends.
Hi, my name is Karen O'Leary, and I'm a licensed clinical social worker. I'm a child therapist in Leesburg, Virginia. I would say this is important to me. I've always been really passionate about kids and healing, and watching that healing happen has just been amazing to see. And knowing that this is a huge part of their healing, that coming out with their story and their information becomes a part of their narrative. So I think it's awesome to be a part of something like this.
Thank you so much. So there are, behind all the people who are sharing their stories, there are, a lot of statistics over the past, 5+ years now that point to rises in rates of depression among young people, rises in suicidal thoughts and suicides themselves. And so when it comes to the importance of talking about this issue really openly and honestly, those numbers are really, really, striking, give us pause, and also I think, give us really a lot of momentum and a lot of inspiration really for needing to understand the need to have this kind of a conversation. So I just, want to thank you again all for participating today, and, for really, going on the record about what it's like to live with mental health challenges, and ultimately what it's like to often thrive with them, and to be able, as you said, Joe, to be able to help other people. This is ultimately, this is my brave. Both of you, reference the shows that you participated in. This is my brave, puts people up on stage, singing, dancing, talking, sharing their stories in many, many different artistic ways. And Jen, what I love about what you, what you say is storytelling saves lives. This is the tagline of This Is My Brave. I'd love to have you start and open up this panel conversation, and for all of us, to weigh in on the power of storytelling.
Yeah, I'd love to start there, Beth. I mean, I think for me, I first understood that our tagline, storytelling saves lives, after our very first show in 2014. I had a woman come up to me to say that she had found my blog. My background is that I had been blogging about living with bipolar disorder anonymously. And then after a year and a half, an editor from a website, the parenting website, What to Expect When You're Expecting, found my writing and said, "We'd love for you to write for us." And it was my opportunity to open up with my real name and to put my name and my face. And so this woman approached me after the very first This Is My Brave show, where 14 people got up and told their stories. And she said, "Jen, I found your story, your blog, in my darkest moment, and your writing saved my life." And when she said that, I realized that when we take that stand and open up and tell our story publicly, or even just in a small group of friends or family, we never know how it's going to impact people. And so, and usually, I mean, I believe we all are going to go through some type of mental health struggle in our lifetime. So it's just critical that we open up the conversation so that people know they're not alone and that it's okay to reach out for help. So that's why I think what we do is so important.
And you had been working with people of all ages, mostly adults, over the past 5 years, and then really over the past 12 months have been really, focused in on some, teen projects. What motivated you to start working really much more directly with the younger population?
Yeah, I mean, it was the statistics that you mentioned at the start, that suicide is the second leading cause of death among our young people. I could not ignore that, and I could not let that just be out there. I wanted to invite more young people to use our platform. Every show we've done 70 shows to date across the United States so far, and every show features several 1 to 3 young people, but we wanted to do a show dedicated to young adults. And so we went back to my hometown and 4 high schools came together, and students came forward, and we created this show. Leah was a participant in that performance, and really got the community talking. And we also last year launched our college edition of This Is My Brave in Boston, and we're able to put together a cast of 10 storytellers that traveled around to different schools in the Boston area. And we found that young people really do want that opportunity. They want a platform, they want to get their voices heard by more people, and so that's what we're doing.
Aaliyah, what was that like for you to participate in the first teen show?
It felt amazing. When I signed up for This Is My Brave, I did not think like anything was gonna come out of it, honestly. And it all started from me going on Facebook, seeing an ad, and then just sending an email of one of the speeches I done at my school, and I didn't think it was gonna go anywhere. And then when I talked to Jen and everybody, they asked me to speak at Central Dauphin East High School, and that was an amazing experience. It was scary at first because I was speaking in an environment that was totally different to me. But then after the few rounds of speaking, kids came up to me, were like, "That was amazing. Thanks for saying that." And I think that's the best part of doing, like telling your story, because people coming forward that wouldn't say anything before are saying, "Wow, I didn't know other people dealt with this, and for you to say it publicly, maybe I should get some help, or maybe I should address the issues in my life that are happening right now." So it was life-changing for me to see that it was life-changing for someone else.
And how would you describe kind of what you've been through and what your journey has been like?
I would say a roller coaster, an emotional roller coaster. Like I said before in one of my speeches, that like I did not think depression was something that I could ever experience. I always thought it was for kids that like listen to like emo music or something, because that was just a stereotype. And I was confused. I was like, what was happening in my life? Because I experienced depression when my brother passed, and obviously I was going to be upset and go through a lot through this. But when I started speaking to my school counselor, she was like, "Did you ever consider that you might have depression? Your sleeping patterns are off, and all this is happening, and you're eating." And she kind of like talked me through it, and then I realized what was happening, and I didn't know how to feel about it. I had heard about depression before through media at that time, through different celebrities coming and telling their stories. So I thought, well, they're still going on with their career and stuff. It's nothing that can stop my life from me reaching my dreams or functioning daily. It's not what people make it seem. So there was a point in my life that I didn't think that I would make it through this, but the fact that I'm here shows that depression can't stop you from doing anything you want to do.
In addition to participating on this panel today, Aaliyah, both you and Joe are also participating in the Brave Teen video diary series that was really launched as a direct response to the COVID-19 crisis. This sort of extraordinary time in which everything in your life has been canceled. Essentially, you graduated this year. Normally would have a graduation ceremony. School is canceled. Kids around the world are at home. Activities, canceled. Sports, drama, you name it. So really lives, upended. And so a great time of uncertainty. And so, we had the idea that, what an opportunity though to talk about things and to share what you're, going through while at home, while living during this time of social distancing and quarantine. And so thank you so much for participating in the teen video series. And it's really a series of videos on social media that are being released that, are just really open and honest. And, you and a number of other teens, bringing people along on your journey during this time. And so I'd like to share one of your video diaries with everyone now.
So I'm just out for a walk. And this is the only fun thing you can really do these days besides binge watch The Office or any other Netflix show. Mentally, I just been so distraught. My prom was canceled. I didn't get to go to my junior prom. So I guess I'm never going to my prom. My graduation, that's canceled, but I don't know if we're having a rescheduling option. Hopefully we are. And it's April, so a lot's going on. But this month is my brother's birthday, so it's a lot going on in the households right now. But I pray to God every day that I make it through, and I always seem to, so.
Aaliyah, one more question for you. What has it been like to be a part of the Video Diaries series and, just doing something that's more, intimate? You can, whip out your camera whenever you want and share a little bit. How do you decide what you want to talk about and what you want to communicate to other people about your experience?
It's been complicated for me recently, considering that I'm out of school and I have time to do it. Of course, that's why I'm doing it, but working a lot and scheduling times to make videos has been hard. But if I'm at home and like something strikes a chord with me and I feel like other people should hear about this, I like go in my room and I'm like, let me film this. Let me just say what I'm feeling right now before I lose it. There's many things that I've been wanting to talk about because going on in the world right now, whether that be graduation or things that I'm experiencing now at my job through this whole pandemic, or what's going on in the world politically. And it's been hectic, and many topics deserve my undivided attention and all the love I can give to it. So sometimes planning has to go into it, but that just makes it better.
I just wanted to share, I think it was your initial application video that you sent in when you were applying for the first show that you participated in. You do such incredibly beautiful poetry, and your spoken word poetry is just extraordinary. And in that first video that I saw of yours, you touched on very much the systemic racism that exists in our society. And I wanted to take a moment to honor the fact that today is George Floyd's funeral. And the protests that have sprung up around the world to find justice, not only for George Floyd, but for all of the people who have suffered police brutality at the hands of racist policies that are the direct result of systemic racism in our country. And I was hoping that you might be able to share some of how you feel your mental health journey has been impacted by the systemic racism that exists in our society.
So before I heard about like the whole George Floyd situation, I just like heard about it as, oh, another man was killed by a police officer. But then I saw the picture of that police officer, kneeling on his neck. And then I saw the video, and it was a heartbreaking video to watch, especially when he called out for his mom. And it just hurt a lot. And then seeing the media and people take initiative to actually get justice for him has been amazing, but it's also been hard to watch too, because then we're reviewing all these Black men and women killed in the past and how justice was not served for them. And there's a lot of protests going on in my area, every county, and it's amazing. But then my family friends that went, and they experienced ignorance from drivers that pass by, and it hurts to know that people still think a certain way about people. And sometimes I just have to take a break from the media, because reading comments and stuff, sometimes it just like hurts to think, wow, people are still ignorant and do not understand what the issue is. During this pandemic, when I worked at one of my old jobs, when we were just starting to wear masks, I decided to wear a bandana. And I had a customer who happened to be Caucasian who refused to get service from me because of the look that I had. And she decided to go to one of my Caucasian coworkers that was turned around on his phone to bother him for her to check out. And it's funny because it's like, you want to think racism doesn't exist because you haven't experienced it in a while, but then you're like, oh, there's still people out there. So some people are not scared to be ignorant, which is pretty sad, but I am really, really proud of people finally standing up and addressing the issue. I've been taking the initiative to talk about mental illness in the Black community right now on my Instagram story. It's one thing that we do not talk about enough. It's said that 1 in 5 Americans suffer from mental illness, and the Black community is the least likely to receive help. Because for a long time we were told that basically doesn't make us humane, or we don't feel the same way white people do, or therapy is just for white people. So, and that's not the case, but that's what we were told, and we still have that mindset inside of us that it's not for us. Mental illness is not something we experience, and if we do experience it, we should keep it hush. So me and my family have been keeping in touch with Zoom calls recently, and we do them every month. And 2 Zoom calls ago, we were talking about mental health, and that's not a thing that many Black families can say they talk about. So it was great to know that some people in my family suffer from depression too, and they received help, and they're not ashamed to talk about it.
That's great to hear, to have that open conversation with your family. I mean, Joe, your family is so supportive as well. And it's very interesting when you both have these wonderful talents that it sounds like help you in the moment, to deal with things. Aaliyah, you, as I said, write a lot of poetry and do beautiful spoken word, and you're very active on social media and have found, I think, just an incredible voice there to be able to help people. And Joe, I'd love to hear about, some of the coping, mechanisms that you have and that you find, really helpful, and what you would like other teens to know, based on your experience, what has helped you and what you'd like to share with others.
Yeah. So along the lines of coping mechanisms, I, over the years, have come up with quite a few and learned quite a few from therapists and hospital staff and all of that jazz. But a few have stuck, a few have just floated away because they don't work. It's all about finding what works for you. So I write poetry a lot. If I'm in the moment and I'm having a bad time, I can just pick up a pen, write some poetry, write what I'm feeling, and turn it into poetry, and that usually helps. Another one, I will cook. I'll go cook something or bake something sometime. I'm not a huge baker, though. I cook more than I bake. And I go fishing. I have a pond near my house. I go fishing down there. That helps a lot, just to engross my mind in the fishing, or go for a walk in nature, or even just along the path that's by the woods in my neighborhood, just to get my mind focused in on different things that aren't what's bothering me, but not things that are just my phone to distract me or TV to distract me, just something that's productive at the same time. They're the ones that usually stick with me. So, and a lot of my friends have said the same thing. So,
One of the poems of yours that I love is the one titled Chameleon. And it's about how mental illness doesn't look the same in everybody. So I'd like to share a bit of that poem now, and we'll come back and talk about it.
Chameleon. What does mental illness look like? No, there's a better question. What does it look like in me, or in you, or in anyone else? Because I'll tell you right now, it's not the same in everyone. And I know I'm younger than some of you, and I know I'm older than another few, and I don't know what you're all going through or who you even are, for that matter. Just that you care enough to come here, I think that's pretty cool. So without further ado, let's talk about why I think mental illness is a chameleon. I'll give you a few examples. Here's my story. We won't start where it begins. We'll start where it almost ends. I'll paint the picture. A picture of a 16-year-old boy. Everything is going right for this guy. Then he tries to take his life a few times. I know you're either asking why or assuming, so I'll tell you. I thought this world was nothing but wrought with pain and strife. I fought every day to see a light, to have a reason to stay alive, to keep living. I was clinging on to anything and everything, but in the end I found nothing. I was blind. There was stuff there to find, but a curtain had descended, and it's only now just lifting. And I know this is a lot of information for you to be sifting through. But I'm going to jump back to a different time and a younger age, back to the 7th grade. I had fallen into a haze, recently diagnosed with ADD. I still didn't know what this meant for me. The world started to seem bleak, and I'll spare you the details, but let's just say that it left a few scars, and it left my mind slightly ajar. I was different. But then for a while, I was better. That's the thing about these diseases. They like to sneak up on you. When you're weak, when you're strong, when you're right, when you're wrong, up to the point where it all becomes unbearable and you snap until you're lying flat on the bathroom floor while your parents race to unlock the door. It isn't fun. I never asked for this. I don't deserve this. I just wish no one else goes through it because I never got the help I needed. I never reached out and said I bleed out and cry and ask the sky, why me? Why can't I succeed or see recovery? But I know why. It's this thing in my mind. It has me giving up on myself. I need to stand up for myself. And I need to stand up to myself. And it's hard. And the road is dark. But I have hope.
Joe, what inspired you to write Chameleon?
So the major inspiration for Chameleon was actually that I figured out that I didn't have any like good poems for the This Is My Brave show. Like they were all either really like very much harsh and heavy on the really hard parts that people don't want to hear. And if you focus too much on the stuff people don't want to hear, they just tune you out. That's one of the things I've found talking with people like friends and family. If you talk too much about the stuff they don't want to hear, they stop listening. But if you talk only about what they want to hear, you're not getting anywhere. So I wanted to write a poem somewhere in the middle, and that's what my major goal with that poem was. And a good theme that's in the middle is how mental illness doesn't look the same in everyone, because that's a undeniable fact that a lot of people still don't realize these days. And I figure it's not like, talking about my scars or my traumas or any of that people will just tune out because they don't want to hear it. It's one of those things that people will listen to. It's not necessarily what they want to hear if they don't believe in it, because they want to just stay in their world of, oh, everyone with mental illness is exactly the same. They can be treated exactly the same, and we can fix it exactly the same. But in reality, that's not how it is. And I think everyone really needs to know that. So.
Karen and Audrey, I'd love to pull you into this conversation a bit here and to talk about, what are you seeing on the ground when you're talking to young people, and how has that changed over time, especially over the more recent past with the rise in social media, with the rise in rates of depression, anxiety, suicides among young people. There's, I think, a desire to have an answer. Why is this happening? What is the reason? And I'd love to hear your thoughts on how, social media and the rise in online activity, how you think that's impacting young people, and just how young people are communicating with you about what they're going through.
Well, I can say, I think, social media has been sort of this positive and negative force. I mean, I think everyone can kind of relate to that because, of course, it connects kids to each other in a way that they couldn't do in the past. But at the same time, there's a lot of, negatives to it. There's cyberbullying. There's the fact that, these pictures that are being sent online are really just snapshots in time, for the time, very flowery and very happy. So, I think kids see that, and I think there's a lot of comparison, and sometimes anxiety and depression can pop up from that. But at the same time, it also connects too. So, it's sort of, you just have to kind of weigh it. But overall, I would say, that search for, figuring out what's going on and the overall feeling that, collectively has been happening to kids and youth. I think they're trying to figure it out. I think, it's a hard time we're going through. Obviously, this year has been really, really difficult. But we're also in this time of change. And I think they feel that, so I don't know. I think it's important to have that connection, but I also feel like it can be somewhat dangerous sometimes.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. There are obviously positives to social media right now because kids are able to stay connected with one another. So as they have these times where, school is usually the biggest social connector for kids. And now that they don't have that access, social media is allowing them to stay connected. But again, we still have the things like social media where people can post only good parts. And it becomes really confusing for kids because they, don't necessarily interpret it as, this is their whole life when it's really not. It's whatever people choose to post. And I would say too that, I think the question of like, why do we see these rising amounts of depression and anxiety and suicidal thoughts in kids comes up a lot. And I would say that there probably, has been a little bit of rise, but I think too, we're figuring out that numbers probably don't look as different as we thought they would. It's now that people are talking about it, that kids are getting help, that they're seeking treatment, that these numbers go up because now we have data to support that, right? So there were plenty of teens experiencing depression and anxiety and suicidal thoughts, before now. It's just now that kids are seeking help, we get bigger numbers. So I don't know that the numbers necessarily are accurate as far as how much more we see depression and anxiety in kids. It's just a matter of the data that we have.
Are you noticing any change in the types of issues that young people are bringing to you? The types of concerns that they have about what's happening in their lives, or is it pretty consistent with the way young people were sharing what was happening with them 5-10 years ago?
I would say I've noticed, and I can speak to at least noticed a pretty clear shift within the past year, maybe even a little bit before that, where, I think collectively we're going through a pretty big change. And I think, things that were being buried down are surfacing within the past several years. And kids are noticing that and they're picking up on that, and it can be a troubling time for them. So I've definitely seen an increase in anxious kids and an increase in kids who are depressed, but it's not necessarily always situational with them. I'm really beginning to notice that some of the teens or some of the kids that I'm seeing are being affected by, these outside sources, this sort of, what's going on in the world. They're coming and talking to me about things like racism, things like the environment, and how are we going to save our environment, how we continue to live so their kids are going to be okay. So it's a much broader mindset that I think they're having as opposed to in the past.
Yeah, I mean, I've only been in the field for about 1.5 years, so I don't have those 5-10 years to look back at. But I think a lot of what I see now is kids are able to talk about that relationship with their parents. So I think it's something kids have always had a problem with. But now they're able to come to someone else, because obviously if I have a problem with mom, I'm not going to go to mom and tell her that I have a problem with her, right? You might, but we don't see it a lot. And so I see a lot of this kind of learning how to communicate feelings, right? We have these big feelings, and how do we communicate those to other people respectfully, right? So I see a lot of kids coming in with relationship problems with parents, and how that can kind of adapt and get better over time.
And Aaliyah and Joe, I'm curious how do you think schools are doing? How are your schools doing in terms of supporting what you're going through, providing resources, providing an outlet for for hearing what kids are going through, for talking these things through? What support would you say, and if you had to give a grade to your schools, what grade would you give them?
In my school, there has been like town hall meetings that we've had as a school to start a program where people can have a free space and talk to their counselors and everything, and after school like meetups and stuff. And I presented ideas to my administration a million times, and of course they said they want to go with a more organized approach to everything, but it doesn't seem like they really pushed forward to have that. They did promise it at one time, but it seems like it was kind of swept up under the rug for a bit. I got in my school through everything that I was going through was from teachers that just stepped up, that I became close to, a counselor that I became close to, and those were just personal relationships I built, but not all students are lucky to have that like I was. So just having more access to something like a program and having administration that is passionate about having that program, that's a change I would like to see in my current high school.
And in my high school, I mean, the help that I've received has been primarily from 2 or 3 teachers, one of which has gone through a lot of mental illness struggles in his life as well. So he's been really nice to me and really kind and helpful. But like, for example, my guidance counselor has just started being a guidance counselor this year. Up until this year, she was a math teacher. Like, yeah. And she has, to my face, called me a liability to the school. So my school really kind of needs to do better. Now, we have like 4 or 5 counselors. We're a pretty big school. One of the other, I know 3 of them. The other 2 I know are really good. They're really kind. I just got stuck in a bad spot in the alphabet. But, you know, the other 2 are really nice. But like, we need to do a better job at my school of like making sure all of the kids get a, you know, better, you know, some of the kids are getting, you know, help that's up here. Some of the kids are getting help that's way down here. Because at my school, what the guidance counselor's primary job is basically scheduling stuff. And that's the majority of what they do is helping scheduling and classes and grades. And I mean, we don't have any like clubs for mental illness, like an Our Minds Matter club, which I really wish we did. I think I'm going to try and start one of those this year, but we just don't. It's not a thing at our school.
This is also something, Jen, that you're very active in trying to start, and there's a collaboration with the organization that Joe just mentioned, Our Minds Matter, which is really an organization focused on changing the conversation around mental health within schools, and they have these student-led organization. Could you share a little bit more about your collaboration with Our Minds Matter and the This Is My Brave Ambassador program that's a part of it?
Yeah, this past winter, we joined in with the Josh Anderson Foundation, which they started the Our Minds Matter program, which are these, like as Beth mentioned, student-led clubs. And we decided we wanted to recruit students who were passionate about mental health, who wanted to make a difference in their community and their schools. And we've invited them to join us and partner up and setting up these clubs. As Joe mentioned, he has an interest in getting one in his school. So, you know, the Our Minds Matter clubs are so well put together. All the information is provided to the students, but the students lead the effort to disseminate the information throughout their school through campaigns they run or workshops or training. And it's just such an outstanding program that we're really excited to be collaborating with them on. And we hope to get these clubs started in many different states of the country. So far, it's highly concentrated in the Washington, D.C. area, but with clubs in other states across the country. So we're really hoping to really drive some change within high schools because kids want that opportunity. Like Aaliyah at her school tried to set up and organize something. And this is a packaged program that the kids can run with. So it's exciting.
Andrea, I would love to just talk a little bit more about what advice would you have for kids to think about when they might, think about wanting to seek out help, or if they notice something with a friend or a classmate, what should kids know about when it's time to talk to someone and get someone else involved?
Are you talking about in terms of themselves or just peers?
In both cases, maybe we talk about each of those.
So I would say, there are some subtle signs and there are some more obvious signs when you're dealing with someone who may need some help or, is thinking about even, suicidal or has some suicidal ideation. Definitely if you're, if it's, there's any changes in behavior with your friends, or you're watching them withdraw, or, changes in mood, or even, physical appearance, if things aren't, or, they're kind of looking like they're not taking care of themselves as much. That would be, sort of more obvious signs, but the subtle ones I would say are more, they may not, it's not like they're going to come out and say, oh, I really need help. That's not necessarily always the case. And so looking for what they say when they're, when they're talking to you, like things like, I just don't feel like I'm worth it, or I give up, or, I wish I were dead. Things like that are some, words that I would be concerned about. And then, I would say, basically for yourself, if you're feeling those things, or if you're feeling alone, or you're at that point where you're just, you don't know what else to do, that's what, this is all about. Reaching out to someone else is really important, so you don't feel like there's nowhere else to turn.
Yeah, I would say the biggest thing that I look for in kids is changes in functioning, right? So like Karen talked about, if they're isolating more, if their grades are starting to slip, if they're not being as involved in things as they used to be. So a lot of this is unfortunately a big responsibility on parents, because you know what your child normally looks like and you know what they look like when they change. So those big shifts. And then I would say, we often don't see them as this, but behavior problems. So when we see those, not listening, and all those problems that parents don't like to deal with, those are often cries for help. Those are often messages that something is not okay.
I can speak to that too, Andrea. My daughter, after the passing of my co-founder, who died from a heart attack in 2017, she was a good friend of ours, and my children knew her well. And my daughter, her grief, came out as anxiety in the form of acting out in school, and I immediately recognized it as not her type of behavior, and so reached out to the school psychologist and got her into some sessions while we looked for a private therapist, and ended up finding Karen. And so, it does fall a lot on the parents and peers. Kids can help each other when they recognize that a peer is struggling, saying to them, hey, I noticed you might not be okay. I'm here for you. Let's go get some help.
And I would also add just, when someone does reach out to you for support, not panicking and feeling as though you need to give advice, or as though you need to fix something. It's really more of a support and a listening, because if you're sitting there and giving advice and trying to fix, that is oftentimes a message that they haven't done that themselves, or they weren't adequate enough to look out for themselves. And rather than getting involved in that, just knowing what kind of resources and support is out there and reach them is really, important.
I think everyone on this panel is doing such an extraordinary job, really focusing on building community and talking openly and building that, network of peers and other teens and people to really be part of this community. Yet I think we all know that there are still so many people who are suffering in silence. And maybe we could start to, wrap up our conversation. I would ask each of you to reflect on what you might want to share with someone who might be listening to this, watching this, who is feeling isolated, and your perspective on really becoming part of this extraordinary community that is being built both on and offline.
I could start, Beth. I would say, because I remember what it felt like to be in that position of feeling isolated and feeling like I was the only person to be going through, because I went through manic episodes with psychosis, and it was very scary. And I would say, search for stories. And you can start with the internet, and there are so many inspiring stories of people who have been in a similar situation, who've gone through a similar experience, who can tell you that it gets better. And it feels like it might not, but it does. And you have to reach out for help. So I would say, know that you're not alone. Seek out those stories. Come to This Is My Brave and read about and watch stories from our community. And there is hope in recovery.
Yeah, I would absolutely echo what Jen said. There is help. There are people like you. As a therapist with my own mental health conditions, I find it to be really important to talk about that, and to talk about how, the helpers also have had to get their own help. And so I would just say to know that, like, there are people that can help, who understand, who have gone through those things.
And then, a couple of thoughts I had. The first is that, when you are diagnosed with a mental health condition, or if you have gone through something very disturbing or traumatic, you feel a sense of lack of control, and things are sort of spinning out in front of you. And when you share your story, or when you do reach out, that in a sense is your way of gaining back control. And so it can be very empowering. And I would also say for parents that, I think about parents who have children who are going through this, and how can they support their children. And even the worry that, oh my gosh, my child is going to be sharing their story, and, what could happen? Could this hurt them? Yes, it's important for us to be there to guide them through it, but that is our job as parents, is to guide them through it, not to keep them from pain, and not to avoid the suffering. It's, to guide them through the suffering, so that they know when they come out of it, they are able to go through it, and they can get through it. They're resilient enough to do it.
I would say probably one of the most important things, if you are just beginning on, I don't know, what some people call a mental health journey, although I don't really like that phrasing, because journey implies that it's like something great and positive. It's not. I would say it almost always, with talking with my friends and talking with therapists and with myself, it almost always gets worse before it gets better. You just have to accept that. So if it starts getting worse, don't think it can't still get better. The more it gets worse, the more room up you have left. Because if you're already at the top, you have nowhere left to go. If you go down a little, hey, now you can get better.
Seek some help. Many people that have mental illness have a hard time loving themselves. And if you really seek love for yourself, you want help for yourself as much as others around you want it to. So you have to want that for yourself first. Many people can try to sign you up for therapy, but it's always your choice to move your feet and go to that therapy. Right now, it might feel like you're in a hole, like you're in a pit right now, but I promise one day you'll crawl up and see the light. And there's other people in that pit too. Once you see the light, you will be able to pull other people out. So just know that it seems bad right now, but if you're still here on this planet, my thing is, God's not done with you yet. There's so much to live for, and there's so much you're capable of. And this might not be what you wanted to experience, to have a journey, but this is your story, and it's your choice to accept it or not.
Thank you, Aaliyah. What a beautiful way to close this panel out. Thank you all so much for joining us. And a little bit more from Aaliyah now, her very first stage performance with This Is My Brave. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Aaliyah Green. Though I'm going to share a poem with you today, I can promise you my journey with depression was anything but poetic. It was mostly sleepless nights, losing my will to live, and pretending I was mentally stable just so I could avoid the relentless question. Well, I'm not okay, but I'm brave. Today, I'll be sharing a piece with you called Little Do You Know, and this is my brave. Many of you probably would never assume this about me, but I suffer from depression. Yes, sometimes I tend to carry a smile so bright that I almost seem unbreakable. But behind that smile is a girl trying to make peace with her broken pieces. So she keeps smiling, but it's all just a show. My favorite thing to do in the world is acting. When I was younger, I dreamed of being an actress for a living. Today, I found my dream come true, but not in the way I planned. In the theater, I've taken on numerous roles, but compared to the one I played every day, I got so into my character that those around me actually thought they knew me. But little do they know, I'm a child of a struggling single mother. Little do they know, if I could be granted one wish right now, I'd wish for my brother. Little do they know, I'm a girl that continues to grow up without the love of a father. Little do they know, I would tell them all this, but I hate to be a bother. Little do they know, I'm a girl that can still feel the weight of sticky notes written with hurtful words on her back. Little do they know, those notes create long-lasting insecurities. So until this day, I try to make up for what I lack. And because you will never know what I feel, you think my depression isn't real. Just like how you think racism isn't real because you never experienced it. Just like how you think dreams can't become real because yours haven't come true. Just like how you think a solution to our world's problems isn't real. But here's the deal. Little do you know, you're living in a show. A man once said, give them bread and circuses and they will never revolt. So is that why society puts issues like racism to a halt? We blame society, but we are society. So don't act as if it isn't your fault. Do you know while you're at home watching Adele accept her Grammy, our president is separating a child from their family? Why is it that you can tell me the brand name of the shoes Kim Kardashian wears, but you can't tell me why my man killed himself and nobody seems to care? Could it just be that you don't want to face reality? Noted. You're used to your new sugar-coated, so how about this? Roses are red, fruit is savory, the US prison system is basically legalized slavery. Was that sweet enough for you to digest? Would you like to hear me finish the rest? See, as you dance around the situation, you affect will one day be our future generation. Grades are getting low, teens are getting high, a 12-year-old is pregnant, and her parents wonder, why? Who isn't faded these days? Teens are sending nudes, kids are getting beaten, teachers see the bruises, no calls for help are spoken. Teens are smoking weed, young girls are cutting. This isn't. A little girl has killed herself. Nobody seems to care. Another kid has been expelled for a stupid dare. But it needs to change. Our world is officially broken. It's time to take a stand. Your thoughts need to be spoken. This morning, I got up, got ready, looked in the mirror and decided, despite what I've been told over the years, I'm not ugly. But society, it is. I also decided that it was okay that I'm broken, because so is the world. Beautiful mosaics are made of broken pieces. I am one broken piece, part of a beautiful world. I impact the world, but I don't shape it. Granted, I'm an 18-year-old girl. I haven't seen most of the world, and the most of the world hasn't seen me. I don't walk on water. But I like to think the man that did gave me a gift. This gift to somehow change someone in just 3 to 5 minutes. Open the minds of the most closed-minded people. To inform and educate with simple words. My words. There's so much we don't know about our world, or let alone each other. After all, before this speech, many of you thought you knew me. There now may be many things you question about me, like, why do I do this every year? Well, I can tell you it's not for the money or the fame. So I can take part in raising a generation that knows this is the world they're living in, and they shape every fragment of it. It took me a long time to develop a voice, and now that I have it, I'm not going to be silent. So I encourage you to use your voice. I encourage you to stand up for what you believe in, even if you're standing alone. I encourage you to raise your words, not your voice. Because in an empty field, it is the rain that grows the flowers, not the thunder.
Before we say goodbye, I just want to mention that there is a teen national show that we have a call out for auditions. So if you are watching this and you have a song or a dance or a comedy performance or a dramatic sketch, some creative way that you would like to share your story on stage, we really encourage you to audition for this Brave Teen National Show. And you can find out a lot more information about how to apply by going to thisismybrave.org and then go to Our Work, and you'll see the National Teen Show information there. Thank you.
But hold me for a little longer now and say you won't go away. All the noise gets really loud, but hold me here and I'll be okay.
That's the thing about these diseases. They like to sneak up on you. When you're weak, when you're strong, when you're right, when you're wrong, up until the point where it all becomes unbearable and you snap.
Your thoughts need to be spoken.
What a fantastic way to close out our week of action, our day for today. Amazing work done by all of those awesome folks on that panel, the counselors, the therapists, the filmmakers, the producers, and of course, the brave teens themselves. Thank you to everyone who has been on our panels today and throughout the week previously. Tomorrow is our last day of live content, so please tune in starting at 2 o'clock Eastern time. We'll have about 4.5 hours of content. Awesome people like Reverend Lennox Yearwood from the Hip Hop Caucus, Jamie Margolin from Zero Hour, people from Rock the Vote. Tomorrow we vote. We have some amazing people talking about Juneteenth and the movement for Black Lives actions tomorrow. Please tune in. Please remember to support the movement for Black Lives and find a action near you. So you can find a Juneteenth action at 619.com, and you can support the movement for Black Lives at m4bl.com, or sorry, .org. Remember to check us out on social media. We are at the NCC on Twitter and at National Children's Campaign on everywhere else. So please check us out. Be sure to check out our podcast called Our Future Now. We will see you tomorrow, this same YouTube or Facebook page that you're watching now. We will see you tomorrow. Please tune in for our last live day of National Children's Week. Civic engagement, youth voting, youth activism, Juneteenth, and finding your way in this movement. We've got it all here tomorrow. Tune in. We'll see you then. Have a great night, and we will see you tomorrow. Thanks, everyone.